Welcome to our continuing coverage of 1YMM, 1 Year of Mario Maker, the anniversary project from 2016, organized by Kavik, consisting of 32 levels that pretty much showcase the state of the game, the state of its makers, and what they were able to come up with at the time of its release, 1 year out from the original Super Mario Maker on Wii U. In the last stream, we managed to get 8 levels in so far, so this is going to be number 9, number 9, number 9, as the song goes. And it's going to be Anti-Seismic Castle by Stark. Now, on the website where the level codes are currently located, there are the extended descriptions, which are not present here, unlike in Mario Maker 2, because there is no room for the description text in the level selector itself. So I'm just going to hop over there to the site and read the description quickly before we get into the level proper. So Stark says, escape from a castle during an earthquake. This level is all about changing environments and moving platforms. The goal is to give the player a short time to figure out what the next jump is and how to execute it. This stage is meant to be very challenging, but fair and satisfying. It's meant to be played by everyone. Well, let's take a look. Okay, got auto-scroll right away, and the coin trail is going to tell me something about my initial landing zone, but I think I have to wait. And then we go with a particular timing window, which will sort out with practice. Yeah, very tempting to just go right away. I mean, that's just partly from being accustomed to some of the objects hidden under lava mechanics that are in Maker 2, which usually require things like bullet blasters and slopes, and so no real recourse to them here. We will, of course, go for the coins, even though they do look quite optional. I will likely have to drop a donut off the right side in order to go for what we just saw. So I'm kind of wondering if the top left is going to be accessible at any point. We'll figure that out. Now, in general, I'm not being overly exhaustive when it comes to the secret hunting in 1YMM, but so we'll see if anything can be done. Yeah, that's going to be the method to collect coin 2. We just need to get off that platform properly. Anyway, everything's going to come down, and we will do this once again. Once we get some of the easy jumps out of the way. Anyway, everything's going to sync. But yeah, I don't remember if there was an equivalent of a walking in lava illusion in Maker 1. It certainly wouldn't be built the same way it would be in Maker 2, which uses offsets often with the blasters on slopes and such devices. There are a few ways to do it in Maker 2, but I don't remember the Maker 1 tech. And a lot of the collision rules, including some of the lava sinking rules, are quite different in this game, in terms of when objects remain valid as a landing point, as opposed to Maker 2, where enemies die immediately upon contact and no longer have a collision box once they sink into lava, if they are the kind of enemy that is unable to survive in such heat. Alright, let's move on. We know, once again, how to get coin 2, so we'll go for it. Everything seems quite visible here when it comes to the optional coins, so it's there for the taking. We'll go for it. We had to bounce on a wiggler a little longer. This is the kind of auto-scroll level where you do need to trust your judgment when it comes to knowing when to wait, rather than just proceeding ahead blindly. not just the kind of level where you can afford to go fast and hug the edge of the screen all the time. You do have to stay reasonably centered and watch for the platforms to fall into position. So, have to cut some impatient instincts here and not slip back and forth quite so much as we're doing. Anyway, down we go once again, and up. This is going down, and we will proceed this way. Now what do we have here? We have this guy. Okay, that looks fine. Interesting. Alright, that climb is simple enough. I have to get out of the way of the skewer, of course, before everything blows up here. Nope, I saw the spining. I wasn't really reading the cannon, and so the spike top, rather, so I was thinking spin jump there. That was, of course, incorrect. Down we go. Blomp activating the donut block, of course. Now, this is one level that so far doesn't seem extremely dependent on tech that was exclusive to Maker 1, in that it could have been easily remade, unlike some of the other creations we saw so far. Obviously, back in 2016, long before the existence of Maker 2, there would have been no way to tell the difference. Whoops, let's be careful here. Yeah, wasn't really expecting the release of that flying spike top. That's something that we'll have to adjust around accordingly. And down we go. There are definitely a few things that are different about spike top collisions, as we've already seen with some of the P-switch activations in the previous stream. Generally, the behavior of spike tops crawling on walls, I think, was a subtle thing that was changed between games. But whoops, a little bit late there. I mean, I did get on fine, but overcompensated and slid a little bit too far over. Still trying to locate a better posture for holding the Wii U gamepad. Which, after a long time off, does take a little getting used to, again, when it comes to an angle that is good for avoiding any kind of strain injury. Always a very important thing to keep in mind whenever switching controllers. Okay, that was risky, but we made it. And that was also risky, and we made it. Yeah, so this little flight here was what we previously got a little bit nervous about. Yes, that's right, the spike top is just going to continue. I don't know why I expected anything different. I was, of course, kind of staring at that next pink coin that was available there. A very important thing we were reminded of quite violently in a previous stream, of course, was that the spike and mushroom platform overlap in this game prioritizes the spikes. So when they are overlaid on top of mushroom platforms like that, that is a death trap, just a bit of an aesthetic one. One that looks quite a bit nicer than just having a row of spikes the way we do everywhere in Maker 2. In Maker 2, of course, that's often used as an illusion to make a safe location look dangerous without actually being dangerous, because the mushroom platforms would be the ones taking priority, if I recall correctly. And yeah, interesting that the bottom spike top is released by way of sinking. That's a neat little effect over there. We need that bomb to get out of the way before the skewer comes down. And here we go, Thwomp activation. A Link in Time, welcome. Whoops. Right before the checkpoint, too. Right before the checkpoint with 4 coins collected. Welcome, Natcat, as well. Link in Time 4YMM was in Maker 2, and I know that because I had a level in there in Maker 2. I was a contributor to 4YMM. There was a little bit of displacement in the schedule because there were a few delays that sent 3YMM, which began in late 2018, all the way to just a few weeks before the release of Maker 2. And there was no 4YMM in 2019, the original 4th anniversary of the game, because Maker 2 had just come out and people were still getting organized and learning the tools. And so 4YMM happened a little bit before the 5th anniversary of the game. And they realigned the schedule this year with a combined 5 and 6YMM. That was also in Maker 2. But in Maker 1, it was, yes, 1, 2, and 3YMM were all in the original game. So you're correct about that. And we're going to see as much of that as we can. Assuming that the levels haven't been deleted in the interim. Whoops. And so yeah, Link in Time is my first time seeing a lot of these. Not all of these. I've played some of these before, and I'm also very familiar with some of these makers, some of whom I met in Maker 2, some of whom I was already playing in Maker 1, but levels like this one I actually am seeing for the first time. I didn't play them originally, because I wasn't very active in the community side of things in the later years of Maker 1. Like many people, I kind of dropped off of Maker 1 at a certain point and just kind of tuned out for a while, without really seeing the game push to what it was capable of at the time. Natcat, a few makers have already started 69YMM. Well, I can only think of 2 makers who have done that, just Mang and MangMang69. But maybe there have been a few that have joined that since. Sounds rather nice. So yeah, Natcat, hope you've been doing well. Natcat, of course, somebody who is always supplying my stream with a really fascinating international selection of levels by makers that I've somehow missed. Link in Time, you went through all 100 level slots in the game, in the first game, yeah. It's really interesting to kind of go back to this and see stylistically just how much this game differs from the second, partly because of the engine differences, but partly just because of sort of community and cultural differences in some ways, in terms of how people were thinking about level design and how the community was organized at the time. So, like, not everything is just a mechanics difference, is what I'm saying. Like, there are some things that differed between the first and second game because of the social dynamics, which is really kind of fascinating to think about. I mean, a lot of it is the tech, of course, but it's that the tech created a different environment that favored certain level styles, as opposed to other ones. I mean, I know Maker 2 much better than Maker 1 at this point, simply because I've played it more and I'm much more connected to people who do the advanced tech. So I've definitely been running into a few technical surprises along the way in playing these Maker 1 levels and being reminded of some of the engine differences that I might have forgotten. Like I was saying here earlier, the overlap between the spikes and the semi-solid mushroom platforms being one of them. And in general, that a lot of the semi-solid stacking logic is quite different in this game because of the way the editor saves some of that positioning. Anyway, let's get back here to the checkpoint instead of dying at this location the way we did last time. That's going to be 4 coins going into checkpoint and into the second section where we're going to pick up a cape. Which is going to help me float around a bit, I guess, and just spend a little bit more time in the air. Right now, from the camera, I can't really see any opportunities to be grabbing additional pink coins, but you never know. Have to scroll the camera up in certain places to really see that for sure. Oh, and that's a neat little moment there, actually, being outpaced by the donut blocks on their way down. I quite like that. Reeboks, welcome. And Mang as well. And yeah, Link in Time, it was really interesting to see that... so I kind of got back in touch with Maker 1 in its final months. I really got back into Maker 1 actually a few weeks before Maker 2 was announced. And I found it fascinating that the technical discoveries in the first game were going pretty much right up to the moment that Maker 2 launched. Like, there was new stuff that was being found right up to the end. And thank you for the follow. And welcome Tub and Chub. Alright, let's, whoops, drop a little too soon once again. And yes, indeed, A Link in Time, we have the Wind Waker follow alert on this stream. Whoops. And nice to have this very subtle standard usage of the cape just as a survival tool. Nothing fancy, it's just purely there for flotation and timing. So you can let the donut blocks outpace you a bit, and of course I missed the opportunity to grab that coin. I wonder how I would get it. I think I need to go much faster so I can catch those donut blocks in a much higher position than I've been doing, so we'll take to death. We've taken enough optional coins at this point that I do want to go for as many as I can. Yeah, so it's going to be just doing those 2 donut block jumps in very quick succession, so you can get just a little bit higher than I've been doing. Whoops, slipped right off. Yeah, really nothing fancy with the cape, but just, you know, level design that takes advantage of it in a nice way while preventing the player from actually taking off into flight. Reeboks, no, I'm not sick. I may just have... I may just be speaking at a different volume than usual. There we go, there we go. And... no, Reeboks, I'm actually feeling well. Yeah, it may just be something different with how I'm set up relative to my mic today. And yeah, Reeboks, I hope you've been doing fine over on your end with all of the hijinks that you get up to over on your stream. Now, for those who don't know Reeboks, I usually find him playing all of these 3D Mario hacks. I think, didn't you say, actually, Reeboks, that you were one of the people doing Super Mario Multiverse? I don't know if you were, but since you're very aware of the hack scene, it seemed plausible. Luca, welcome. And yeah, Netcat, it is very interesting to see, you know, how people kind of created effects that the editor was not giving to them, and in some ways, Maker 1, I think, had a bit more of a flexible engine in those respects, where you had fewer tools, but you could feel like you were breaking more rules with that set of tools. Okay, let's not miss that jump. We have made it before, we know it's possible, and isn't really even that difficult. And yeah, HuMade64, I think the amiibo costumes were a huge loss in the second game. We talked about that a little bit the last time I was streaming Maker 1 last week. That I think in some ways entire genres of levels, including genres that are very casual friendly, very appealing to a wide audience, kind of got lost in the transition from Maker 1 to Maker 2 because a lot of those aesthetic considerations were not as available. Still too low. I really do want to grab that coin. Just need to be a little bit snappier. And yeah, Reeboks, I thought it was you who was playing a bit of Multiverse. And Link in Time, I don't know about that. I actually kind of like the distinctiveness of the 3D World engine as it's implemented in Maker 2. Like, it's practically a whole different Maker game with its own engine. And I think a lot of the tool set reflects that. Whoops. Now, only 2 more coins to go after this. One of them might be a safety coin. You have to remember, these levels were very soon after the introduction of pink coins and key doors, which had only existed for a few months when these levels in YMM, 1YMM rather, had come out. And so I wonder if the sort of safety coin conventions had been nailed down in quite the same way yet when you had pink coins broken across the checkpoint. And yes, indeed, Luca, this is Anti-Seismic Castle. For those who want to see the level codes and descriptions, just type 1YMM or exclamation mark 1YMM into the chat. And the command has the link to the website where these levels are located. And yeah, once again, going to miss that, and we're not going to survive that without a cape, so maybe it is theoretically survivable, but let's not chance it. So that might be the last real coin, that pink coin located there, depending on whether we have kind of a conventional key death protection. Whoops. Switch game engines between subworlds. Tub and Chub, that's sort of an interesting idea. There would be a lot of edge case behaviors you would have to accommodate, though. Like, so let's say you are Yoshi and you are holding a certain object. You know, how do you expand a rule set to transfer those things over? Like, I mean, I guess, you know, you would just have to make each of the rule sets a little more powerful in its own way, but I think right now it's kind of nice that all of them are a little bit stylistically distinctive. Okay, let's head down here and not bump my head. And yeah, Tub and Chub, that's exactly what I mean, is that you would need to kind of accommodate pipe behaviors. It's sort of interesting, though, that within a single theme, there are some extreme edge case behaviors that you almost never see that involve those kinds of scenarios. So the one I'm thinking of is, like, the way that you can use Yoshi in Maker 2 to carry poison and fire. Like, using Cheep Cheeps, for instance. So you can have Yoshi do a poison spit using a poison Cheep Cheep and taking it out into a non-poison zone, but it doesn't actually interact with very much. But you basically have little cases like that that are dealt with in a way that is actually very theme-specific. It's actually one of my favorite obscure interactions in Maker 2, but I don't think I've ever actually seen a level make good use of it. Cat, playing Mario Maker over watching the college football final. I mean, I didn't... Like, I'm not from the United States. It's always been one very strange thing culturally to observe just how large college football is there. I know there was some kind of, like... I don't know much about American football, but I know there was some kind of game theory thing going on earlier this week with a particular NFL game where, like, the optimal thing to do apparently was play an overtime into a draw or something. I only heard about this because I've followed the kind of people who talk about game theory, not so much about American football. Whoops. Nope. We'd probably be finished with this by now if I wasn't so keen on grabbing the pink coins. Like I said, I'm not really grabbing all of the optional content in every level like I did for the Maker 2 equivalents of these projects, but we're sort of far enough in this level in terms of grabbing coins that I do want to close it out. Let's not let go so early. A Link in Time, in terms of spitting up poison and fire, there are, of course, some things that fire interacts with that poison does not, like all of the ice melting interactions, for instance. But I remember testing some of this stuff in terms of like whether you would get different enemy kills based on the different kinds of Yoshi spits, including, of course, other forms of Yoshi spits like Rocky Wrench projectiles and Dry Bones projectiles. Because Yoshi can actually spit a ton of stuff in Maker 2. But the mechanical differences are fairly minute, and also... Whoops, too soon. This is something that I haven't really seen widely exploited yet, because the differences are subtle enough that if you don't know them, they're actually kind of difficult to communicate to the player, I think. But it's surprising to me that I haven't seen more of that kind of thing in a puzzle context, because there's enough flexibility with, you know, Yoshi and the different projectiles that he can pick up that you would think you would see it as a puzzle interaction more often. But even in the recent Yoshi puzzle contest, I didn't really see much of that. Anyway, we're finally going to exit this gracefully. And here it is, safety coin. I assume I'll be approaching the axe from the left. Speaking of Yoshi, here's Yoshi, and a text that says 1YMM, and a bit of a hat here for me to get. Let's see if there's anything to do up here. Notice, by the way, the camera scrolling logic works quite a bit differently in this game. Oh, there's the cake at the top right. We can see it again if you want. Yeah, here in this game, notice how when you go off the top of the screen, the camera doesn't really start to tug until you make a landing, which means that you spend a lot more time off screen in levels with verticality than you do in Maker 2. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. And Reebox, you were saying that Mario Multiverse lets you have any item in any theme. Yeah, I haven't kept up with Mario Multiverse very closely, but I should actually catch up on some of the people playing it. I know it's kind of a closed beta last I checked, or am I thinking of a different mod? I know that some streamers, especially some Kaizo streamers, have been showing it off. Like a lot of the ROM hack streamers, rather, have been showing it off. Thank you for all the GGs, and welcome, Hatta-san. Let's take a look at what's next. And, yeah, Tub and Chub, I remember... You might have said that before about screen wrapping, in fact, and that would be interesting. I've seen some sort of quasi-screen wrapping effects that were done in certain levels in both Maker 1 and Maker 2, but it isn't quite the real thing if you want to remake Balloon Fight or something. Okay, so the next level is going to be... let's see here... Rocky Road by Exodum. Exodum, one of the YMM returnees in Maker 2 as well. Let me see if I can pull up the code. You won't be able to see it because I am typing it on the Wii U touchscreen. But rest assured, I am punching something in. These massive 16-digit codes back in Maker 1 take a little bit more time to enter. Here it is, Rocky Road. This is one that I have played a long time ago back in Maker 1. Which is true of a couple of these levels, but this is years ago. It's basically like going in fresh, so... Let's read the description before we go on. For people who are coming in late, all of the level codes are here on the site, as well as some description text by the makers. And so, yeah, the text here by Exodum says, "Welcome to Rocky Road, strange home of the Rocky Wrenches and Monty Moles. This level exploits the unique behaviors behind both of these enemies to create an otherworldly and bizarre experience. Can you direct Mario through this wacky mix of platforming and puzzle?" And yeah, the bookmark site is gone, but if you have Mario Maker bookmark links, the codes are always in the link, like they're in the URL of the link. And so even though you can't click through to any of the bookmarks, codes can still be entered and they all work just fine. It is a massive pain, though, that we lost the bookmark site. Otherwise, I would have just queued all of these in directly in the bookmark feature. And if you try to go to the bookmark tab in the software now, it just gives you a connection error. And yeah, Reebox, I think going into Maker 2, people expected that that would be how something like the bookmark site would be implemented, since Nintendo seemed to be pushing some of that mobile integration with both Smash and Splatoon. And it was surprising that it never materialized. The original bookmark site, of course, was just built on top of the Miiverse web infrastructure, and so when they cut Miiverse, pretty much everything on the old Nintendo Network ID system went down with it. Anyway, Rocky Wrench, we're going to release it and then the Boo's going to do something for me. Oh, it's going to bounce. Oh, interesting. Ah, yes, okay, because... yeah. The Rocky Wrench was perched on top of a Muncher. And then we're going to lead the Boos over and go left. That's not going to work anyway. Not really enough dashing distance to do that, is there? This is a mushroom check, of course, because in this game, checkpoints always gave you mushrooms. Mole is going to sink down below. And then we will continue. And so yeah, so here we want to drop the mole in a certain location, don't we? Do I want to drop it directly on top of the POW? Well, the thwomp is going to hit the POW once we get within thwomp range. I think we actually wanted the thwomp to hit the bomb. So let's redo that. Nope, a little off center. There we go. There we go. Because that's just going to be a squish with the bomb. And we're too slow. And the level's going to laugh at us for being a slow poke. Nope, too slow. Hang on. Nice that it gives you plenty of opportunities to retry. Okay, here we go. And once we lower... well, once we hit the POW and kill the Munchers, both the thwomps are going to drop down to the lower level. Now, I don't know where I'm landing yet on the left. I guess we follow the arrows and trust that things will go. Very neat. Now, this is a nice interaction with the spike top. That's very neat. Very unique movement pattern there. Okay, we're going to race a mole up here. We're going to race the underground hog, so to speak. Whoops. Let's spin jump. Rebox, I miss some of the effects in Maker 1. I miss the Hanafuda card effect. Being a reference to the very earliest days of Nintendo as a playing card company. I also kind of missed a ringing telephone, oddly enough. Let's pay attention here. Because I found that there were a couple of things that I was hoping to do with the ringing telephone effect in Maker 2, which didn't have that available. We also saw a level with the disco ball yesterday, and that was, you know, the disco rave effect. I'm sure it was very annoying and spammy back when Maker 1 was active, but now there's something kind of nostalgic about it. Let's redo this. Too slow. I like how forgiving this level is about resets like this. You know, if you're really sloppy. Come on. One thing I will say, though, is that the Wii U gamepad does have a very nice D-pad. No, I wasn't paying attention to this either. We want to drop the mole onto... Let's see. Also, we have that key curtain that is in this subworld. We'll just have to keep track of that when we go through pipes. Okay, 2 POWs are going to take out 2 munchers. We need a 3rd POW to take out a 3rd muncher. That's going to be something that involves the bomb that's at the bottom. Taking out the Koopa is going to... We can't actually see what's above the stack. Taking out the Koopa... I believe we actually need to project a... Well, actually, no. Let's take a look at this. Ah, okay, no. We need to release the spike top. Such that it goes over here, and oh, we're out of POWs. Okay, no, we needed the spike top to go to the right, such that the mole would drop the muncher on top of the bomb down low. Once we do that, the question block is destroyed by the bomb. The POW drops 1 tile, but I was expecting something to kind of fire out of the blaster towards the POW, so let's rethink this. Let's rethink it. Okay, so we got 2 stacks over here. Yeah, because we've got 2 wrenches. We do need to drop them through semi-solids at any given time. And so if we drop the muncher down to the bomb over here, I think... no, we still are down a POW. Hang on. Yeah, okay, no, I see the point of dropping it on top of the blaster now. If you drop the stack on top of the blaster, then you don't have the moles sink in right away like you do when we miss. You see? So now it walks, because the Rocky Wrench unstacks. That's what we needed to do. Yeah. Here's a checkpoint. Yes, the POW explodes Luca because if you hit the question block, then the question block's destruction activates the POW on top. It's actually the same thing that happens in Maker 2. So you're absolutely correct. This is a really neat bounce. Bounces to the side using trampolines were so different in this game. Like, I remember that one of the things that people had to deal with right away when Maker 2 launched was that the setups for just shell launchers were totally different, because the mechanics were not the same. That's not going to be it. Let me see. We need the POW to drop. We need to destroy the muncher. That's going to drop something through to the middle. That's going to give me a platform to land on. Let's do this again. And yeah, diagonal checkpoints. I knew something strange looked... There was something strange about that, but anyway, let's go up. come on up over here. That's it. Now remember that there was that key above the curtain that we haven't dealt with earlier. The POW will destroy the muncher, and then what's going on with that flying bomb? It's on top of a mole right now. If you hit the POW at the appropriate time, the bomb gets released and the bomb flies towards the fire and detonates the POW on the left side. So it is a bit of a timing check here. And we'll hopefully get this to detonate in the right location. And that activates. Anything up here? Ah, there is the key on the left. Whoops. And that's all there is to it. Notice how this is better hidden than it would be in Maker 1 simply because of the camera scroll logic that makes this look like the top of the screen until you jump up. Obviously we'll check the curtain in very risky fashion. And just continue from here. We will respawn into this room. Once the munchers push me back. And then whatever this is stacked on is going to die. Okay, here we just stall, and that is of course not what I did. Because I didn't read the semi-solids that were above that, that would slow down the ascent of that second red spike top. Okay, chuck the camera. And up we go. And yeah, we checked this. This was just a 1-up. This we know about. And we'll just wait for that to make its way over. We'll grab the key, since we're doing some degree of secret hunting. Not going to be super completionist about it, but you never know how that will go in the long run. Okay, we're going to stall on top of this until we have an opportunity to get somewhere safely. Yeah, needs secondary bounce over there. Don't think there's anything else we can do here, given how that is placed. It's interesting how roomy a lot of these feel, even though there were no vertical subworlds in the original game. This is going to be another bomb release up to the top POW. But we do need the mole to completely pop out, as it did with the second red spike top in the previous segment. No, that's way too late, actually. Need to think about how to avoid having... Ah, yes, we're approaching too closely. We're not supposed to touch that yet until I've found a timing that allows the bomb to go through without being ignited, because you have to be within range of the mole's activation box. This sort of activation box idea for the mole is something that is in Maker 2 as well, that we know because of the Saku crawl space mole level in 4YMM. That was all about that mechanic. Alright, still a terrible sense of timing. Let's just redo that. Yeah, as they're going in, perhaps. There we go. And then we do want the bomb to be ignited on the burner, so we'll take that, and that will activate the other POW, allowing me to go through. Okay, here's a cake as well as a key door that will give me something as a bonus. Let's see if we can actually munch through the cake and grab a fire flower. And sure, let's see what's in here. Okay, Little bonus acknowledgement. Now, the neat thing about the original Mario Maker was that one of the things you could do is if you're posting a comment on Miiverse at the goal, you can attach a screenshot of your completion. So that would be an easy way to check if somebody actually did successfully create the secret path. If you comment with a screenshot that has some kind of final power-up that is only located in the secret room, like Yoshi and a beetle hat here. I'd almost completely forgotten about that, actually, in spite of the fact that I think I used that in one of my own levels. But then that's how you could get the secret check, is that the maker, when you're going through the comments on Miiverse, could see what your final screen looked like. And that would also allow you to see things like the completion timestamp on the clock. Anyway, we liked that one years ago, and we liked it again now. So let's move on to the next one. Next level is going to be Anger Management by Evgar. Evgar, somebody else also still familiar to community in the second game. Although much less active than in Maker 1, I think. But let's punch into code here. And yeah, just kind of have to hunt and peck 16 digits, hopefully accurately. So here's Anger Management. The description says, a showcase of why you should not anger thwomps. Or should you? A level with light puzzle elements and fast-paced action. It is up to you, the player, to find the final group of angry thwomps and calm them down. Permanently. And Ms. Yarrow, welcome. Yeah, I know Evgar was kind of active sort of at the beginning of Maker 2, but haven't seen him around for some time, I think. But there has been tons of turnover over the course of the second game. Just looking at this, I want to actually get to the side of the thwomp so you lower them. Land on the cannonballs such that I can bounce on top of the thwomps once I lower them. And then we grab the key. Alright, what do we have here? We have a thwomp that is going to knock everything down. That was supposed to be a spin jump. No, it's not, in fact. We go to the lower cannonball so the thwomps hit the POWs. Also, entry pipe, we have to check it. Nope, nothing. Back when you could do that kind of entrance in the game. Thank you for the follow. We usually do run Maker 2 on the stream. It's just been a bit of a throwback project that I decided to start up this month. After saying for months that I would go back to Maker 1. Nice to finally do it. Oh yeah, the conveyor belt does kind of constrain your timing, because once the P-switch expires, the cannon moves to the right of the conveyor belt, and that causes problems. So that is something time sensitive because of the P-switch. Very neat how that's made, in fact. So yeah, can't dawdle for too long here. And we have to go up, of course, because the thwomp is going to die. I knew that, and just didn't show that I knew that. Anyway, back in we go. And to the left. Yeah, when you do everything quickly, the timings line up quite nicely, in fact. Like, once you are familiar with this, you can speed through this rather well. I'm not going to do it in any kind of optimized fashion, but I feel like this would have been a really great speedrun experience back in the day. I don't know why I thought I could do that without spinning. It was obviously going to be landing on the thwomp. Very visible, in fact. How do I feel about how Maker 2 made a safe zone at the start of the level? I think it's awful. I think it's extremely restrictive, especially for somebody who plays as many one-screen puzzles as I do. Obviously, you have fewer things like trolls at the very start of the level that, you know, bounce you everywhere or force you to move somewhere, but I always think that... whoops. Let's spin. The possibility of permitting really bad levels is not a good reason to not have a certain mechanic, right? Like that... No matter what you put into Mario Maker, yeah, people are going to do stuff with it that is not very playable and is not very good. But it's still worth it if it's going to expand the creative range of people who know how to make decent levels. And of course, as somebody who just doesn't really play multiplayer versus, I didn't think that the trade-off was at all worthwhile. Because I'm not somebody who sees the benefit of accommodating versus that way. Let's spin. And yeah, the safe zone really kills a lot of stuff. It's a very good example, in fact, of one of the many things in Maker 2 that felt like it restricted the game excessively, in spite of the fact that we had a much larger feature set to work with in terms of actual mechanics. Because really, you can do so much with the startup zone if you know how to use it, essentially. We're going to take a cannonball down. That's going to change the cannon placement on the right side in such a way that allows me to go up. But of course, we're going to miss spectacularly. Luca, I kind of like that the ground tiles do properly connect in Maker 2, though. That's one thing that I thought was nice in terms of the blending of the ground. You know, just to make everything look a little more seamless if you were building anything with ground right on at the start. Yeah, so this is going to detach the cannon on the right and place it such that it fires to the left. I just need to estimate the placement here a little bit better. Anyway, let's do this without just spinning everywhere excessively. Although, like I said, you know, segments like that are ones that make you wonder what you could do with a speedrun on this level if you, whoops, wanted to do it. I didn't expect that to bounce off the top corner of the thwomp, hence the fall over here. Terminator, you re-uploaded your puzzle level because I skipped 2 steps. Okay. Right now I can't quite visualize what those steps would have been, but I'm sure I can look up my video of that level afterwards and it would be a little clearer. But yeah, hopefully that was a useful playtest for you to make revisions upon. And let's just wait for this guy. Yeah, I really have to go right away. I am always a little bit slow, and the diagonal arrow going up is a decent marker of approximately where I should be going. In spite of knowing how everything is going to happen there, I think the timing of the cannonball that's adjusted sideways to the left does catch me by surprise. And, I mean, in general, Terminator, that's true of puzzle and troll levels especially, because their target audience is a target audience of players who are going to try stuff. Usually because they're stuck for something else to do, right? So they'll figure out all kinds of gimmicks that you wouldn't have anticipated. We needed to kill that at some point. I'm just wondering where... Oh, you know what? Side thwomps are not in this game, are they? And I forgot that, so I was thinking, do I read these as side thwomps or down thwomps or whatever? That's totally irrelevant. We don't care, because we actually just want to get these thwomps to cut down a little bit, and then gradually we're able to do stuff like this and send the moles across. We'll try not to kill them because we need the moles to do what? We have 4 moles. They are going to bunch up at the end and also give me a platform to land on that will drop this thwomp. Very nice. And look at that, a checkpoint that actually wants you to have a mushroom. That's a special moment right there. Okay, so we will stomp jump right here. Nice mix of a thwomp puzzle and a chomp escort. Whoops. I don't think I need a mushroom for anything unless you need to keep it alive for a secret, perhaps. If we do, then we'll take a death and we'll try it again just to go back on what I said earlier about not being a completionist. Yeah, I'd Maker 1, but never really got into it. Yeah. Maker 1... I really did get into it, but... okay, that's what the reset door is for, just to make sure that Chomp doesn't die. Whoops. Hang on. But I got distracted away from Maker 1 fairly early, I would say. And so I missed out on a lot of the major developments with people finding out crazy stuff that you could do in this game, and I didn't really keep track of the community until many years later. I basically was gone from Maker 1 for about, you know, almost 3 years. And yeah, so I kind of got into the Twitch side of Mario Maker kind of at the very end of Mario Maker 1. Like, I made one level in 2019, and I remember I actually got it played on Orator's stream, because even for a stream that popular, not that many people were submitting Maker 1 levels at that point. And so it wasn't hard to get airplay on massive streams like that. But yeah, my first encounter with things like the viewer level scene would have definitely been in Maker 1. In its dying days. So this is kind of like a chomp chase now, which is neat. I guess you can allow it to outpace you that way. I wonder if I did want to have the mushroom for anything. This is going to be P-switch. Now, this is interesting. If you were big, you would actually destroy those blocks. Like, if you have the mushroom at that stage, the yellow blocks die behind you as you get across there. I'm fairly certain that keeping the mushroom is going to be a secret, and that it makes that ending sequence extra hard. So that's sort of an interesting kind of bit of bonus difficulty there, right at the very end. Well, let's see it with the mushroom first, just so we know how it works. I might go back to try to do it with the mushroom, but we'll see. And we can just outpace that. And yeah, as Ms. Yarrow was saying, it really felt like the possibilities for themed levels suffered dramatically in Maker 2. And it's really unfortunate because I think that's, you know, really how a lot of the casual base thinks about it, as well as Nintendo themselves. If you look at the Maker 1 Ideas booklet, which is something that Theorymon has talked to me about a few times, that if you look at the sort of internal developer vision for Maker 1, and as expressed in a Nintendo Ideas booklet, like a lot of it is very thematically driven, that they thought that people would just be mostly using the Mario Maker parts kind of like Lego bricks in a way to make representational objects, right? Rather than these very mechanics-oriented contraptions in the way that we know them now. What improvements would I expect from Maker 3? Well, there's a difference between what I want and what I would expect. I really think the sort of discovery and curation features should be massively improved. I think they can be improved in a game where super worlds are, or some kind of equivalent, are in from the start instead of being patched in like an afterthought. Like, you can have a lot of things that are sort of designed from scratch with things like super worlds in mind, for instance. I always wanted like a way to make a super world of other people's levels, in fact, like to make a playlist or a set of custom challenges that you can recommend to other people. And I think for level sharing purposes, that such a feature is still very sorely needed. In terms of the feature set itself, I think there are a few interactions in the engine that are still underused because not enough parts play with them. One example of this would be the fire and ice interactions. I feel like ice in general has a lot more uses than what we see. Whoops. Oh, lost that. Hope we don't need a mushroom up top. Hang on. Gotta bunch up right here. Whoops. Maybe. Now, how would I get up? I guess I would just need to sustain a much larger jump. This is interesting. Maybe I do need to... Ah, yes. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Very neat solution here. And this is going to give me the mushroom anyway, so keeping the mushroom in a previous segment actually didn't matter in the end, I don't think. I don't think it actually did anything for me, in fact. The reset here would just reset the vine blocks. And Ms. Yarrow, I've definitely seen some interesting aesthetic ideas in Maker 2, of course. But it definitely felt like the thematic toolset was much more constricted. You know, even just with things like the offsets and piece alignment, and particularly things like the pipe stacking and semi-solid stacking especially. That's something that I'll be talking about some more when I get to Ragnarok X's level later on in 1YM, because he's a maker I know quite well who talked about this a lot. Okay, so we want what? There's a spiny shell that's on the left, and we have to basically drop the thwomps so they get rid of the stumps on this thing that looks almost like a birthday cake but isn't. In order to do that, we actually need to get on the cannonball that is on the left side that spawns at the coin. It's easier, of course, to do it not directly over, but on a cannonball that's firing from the opposite side. And yeah, Ms. Yarrow, I'm thinking, of course, of how in your own levels you very often have a description that recommends a particular sprite that would best fit the theme and the color scheme and everything. And you could tell that, that's kind of an accommodation for something that should have been solved with amiibo costumes in the first place, and of course with a much wider character set. Realistically, though, I don't know if there's a good way to make mystery mushrooms work. No. I was thinking, like, maybe there isn't a great way to make mystery mushrooms work with some of these specialized toolkits for things like the Link costume as we know it now, but that's not true. You can just have them be distinct power-ups and people know what's a power-up and what's merely a mystery mushroom. So let's try to get the second stack here. Whoops. That was a mistake. Anyway, we'll try to get all these stumps out. Like, the fact that Link is his own thing right now, I don't think really would affect something like Return of Mystery Mushrooms that much. I think a large portion of the Mystery Mushroom costumes would not have returned for licensing reasons anyway, because there were actually a surprisingly large number of third-party costumes. Including, costumes from Japanese television and such, like little boutique crossovers like that. That was, I believe, also the reason why Pokemon Amiibo never gave you Pokemon costumes, if I remember that correctly, because the licensing restrictions for Pokemon curtailed a lot of Amiibo crossover usage outside of Smash. Just to catch up on some of the comments here, Terminator says, you wonder how the creators of Maker 2, when people... Oh, like what they think when they kind of make things that break the game. Yeah, I think it's kind of a fine line where, I think developers in general like seeing what people do with the software to kind of push their constraints. That's my experience with people who are developers, is that they want to see the game pushed in some sense, but they also don't want things that are broken in a way that's going to lead to ruining the experience for a large number of players in terms of having, for example, levels that are dependent on glitches populating modes like Endless. Things like black hole glitches or teleports and all that. Like, you don't want that all over the game. But it's a very fine line, I think, in terms of what you leave in and what you take out. Because even in Mario Maker 1, like, there was all this hyperspeed tech that was being patched out all the way to the very end. Although, of course, there were a few hyperspeed setups that survived and just simply didn't make it into Maker 2. Like, I remember the momentum used to work out quite a bit differently with things like winged munchers shooting out of pipes and such. And, whoops. Yeah, interesting boss idea in general, this thing here. But I do need to not accidentally bounce on bullets that I don't want to hit. And yeah, Ms. Yarrow, the thing about Mario Maker, and especially Maker 2, is that in some ways the priorities of the player base are so extremely splintered that when it comes to a lot of the developer trade-offs, I think there's a certain kind of polarization where if multiplayer doesn't matter to you, it really, really doesn't matter. But at the same time, there is this very large number of people who do nothing but play multiplayer versus and actually do consider it to be kind of the bread and butter of their experience in the game. And it's very easy to lose touch of that, I think, because of the fact that more advanced and technical creations in this game naturally lend themselves to being single-player experiences, mostly just because of the quality control, where, you know, you have so many things that are dependent on spawn timings and entity trickery and the camera state, for instance, in terms of where items are loaded in and staying loaded. All kinds of things that, you know, even in a multiplayer context, I, to this day, don't really understand it because I don't play multiplayer versus. And so you would have all these funny oversights, like how people could, early on in Maker 2, block clear pipes using crates, for instance, and prevent other players from progressing in 3D world levels that had clear pipes. And, you know, even just basic stuff like that is just going to break all over the place unless it's so widespread that Nintendo catches it. But I guess, like, I have a very different attitude to the game, I guess, simply because I'm constantly playing either viewer levels or curated sets of levels by specially selected makers or from projects or from contests. Or in Super Worlds, for that matter. And the whole kind of psychology of how you would approach a level and what you would value in it is just completely different from what you would get even in Endless, never mind multiplayer. One thing I've definitely noticed, too, is that partly from the limitation of not having scroll stop, and partly because I think the... Whoa, look at this. Okay, this is a secret. Partly from just the culture being very different in terms of where the Mario Maker scene is congregating. That you have some very notable differences, like how in this game... Look at this overlap here. You have way more kind of open exploration layouts that have this back and forth flow to them. Anyway, 3 candles in spite of the fact that it's only 1 YMM. Actually, Terminator... Some of the item handling physics differ quite a bit between Maker 1 and Maker 2, and my understanding is that a lot of the Kaizo tech is easier to execute in Maker 2. But I know that a lot of people had to retrain their muscle memory because certain things like P-jumps or POW jumps changed quite a bit, and some got much harder and some got much easier, if I recall. Even just the basic P-jump, where you hit the jump button off a P, I believe that was actually made much easier in the second game. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. Let's keep going. And yeah, Miss Yarrow, I think the deletions are much too aggressive. I feel like the fact that there is already version control inside the game, in that they can patch things that are behaviors in the engine without breaking earlier levels that exploited something in a previous version, that should have been enough to work with, instead of being so aggressive about deletions as well. Like, if they don't like a particular bit of tech, just, you know, have a good turnaround on patching it out. You don't need to remove existing levels on people's accounts for creating that kind of unintended behavior. You can cut it off, you can turn off the tap, but deleting it, I think, is one step too far. Since the version control, you know, is kind of already available. Terminator, I don't think it would have been practical for the Switch to have concurrently had Maker 1 or some kind of access to Maker 1. I don't think that would have been practical at all. Anyway, the next level is called P-Wing Simulator, and it is by a very familiar maker, Wariutsu. Wariutsu always a treat to play. One of the real highlights of both Maker 1 and Maker 2. I actually don't think I played this one. I played a fair bit of Word So in Maker 1, but I don't recall if I would have played the 1YMM level. Yeah, Terminator, I remember in the early years of the Switch, there was a lot of discussion as to whether, because the Wii U, undersold so much, how many games would follow the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe path of just having some kind of very smooth transition onto the Switch by having the equivalent of a deluxe port. In a way that, before Smash Ultimate came out, people were just thinking, oh, are we just going to get Smash 4 with the DLC included, and are they just going to call it a day? And of course, Smash Ultimate turned out to be a much bigger deal than that, although it also did that. It just did that plus added a whole lot more content. But I remember that sort of being the initial discussion about Mario Maker as well, was, can you just incorporate the existing Mario Maker in some kind of expanded fashion? Partly, I think, because people were very hopeful that existing content would carry forward somehow, just for the sake of preservation. But of course, we got what we got, where we have a completely different engine. Anyway, 1YMM P-Wing Simulator, so I have not, in fact, played this. And it says in the description, have you ever imagined a level where you have to fly forever with the Super Leaf, like the endless P-meter on the original SMB3? Well, now you can. In fact, bumping an enemy while having the full P-meter will reset the timing of flying in Mario Maker. Prepare to fly a lot in this course, filled with obstacles, all designed for this mechanic. So that's interesting. I didn't know that Word So made a very notable level here using this mechanic, because I associate this mechanic very closely with Death to Spies, actually, who made tons of this stuff with both the Leaf and the Cape. Later on in the life of this game, but I guess at the time that Word So released this level, this was actually much less well known. Terminator, to answer your question, what was your reaction when you first saw the preview trailers Mario Maker 1? So you may or may not remember that before Mario Maker 1 was called Super Mario Maker, it was just called Mario Maker. They only showed off SMB1, and they also... I'm a little bit slow on the auto-scroll here. And they also didn't show off at that point a lot of the stacking and mix and matching that would become the signature of the game later on. Because initially, it seemed like a bit of a lightweight Mario level builder. And even in that state, I think I was already actually quite excited about the game. I thought it had tremendous promise. And of course, when we finally saw this sort of full reveal of Super Mario Maker a few months before it released. Oh, stalling for too long. Now, muscle memory for hitting start over here is a little bit different as well, I think. So we have to be careful about that. So we don't accidentally boo the level. Oh wait, we can't boo the level. Not that we would want to. Okay, up we go. And then here's the next flight point. Oh, I still have to leave. Why am I stalling here? I missed that coin. Well, if we take a death, we'll go back and grab the coin, I guess. I probably will grab that coin. Okay, we have a coin down here. Now, in Maker 1, as in Maker 2, you still had to deal with the camera bob in the airship theme. Oh yeah, to go back to what I was saying earlier about Mario Maker 3, I mentioned the fire and ice as being one example of an interaction that I would like to see expanded. Another one would be the fact that right now Scroll Stop only interacts with ground blocks and hard blocks. I feel like expanding the kinds of blocks that interact with Scroll Stop would also dramatically expand the possibilities that you have in this game. It feels a little bit limiting at the moment that, you know, the only way you can break Scroll Stop is by breaking hard blocks rather than, whoops, having other interactions along with that as well. And so, yeah, Miss Yarrow, I do remember the initial reveals because back in... So yeah, Mario Maker came out in 2015. The original Mario Maker reveal, I believe, was at E3 in 2014. It was actually leaked, now that I recall. That's the day before the video presentation that announced Mario Maker. Somebody who had inside access to the booths set up at the E3 conference took a picture of one of the posters or display boards that said Mario Maker on it in the very distinctive Mario Paint typeface. And I remember that was like the sort of last-minute pre-E3 leak that year, was that something called Mario Maker would exist. Oh, no, we don't need that. No, we don't need that either. We needed to bounce high and not get within the detonation range. Yeah, Game Builder Garage was an interesting place. I didn't get into it myself. I know Loop and Snoop really got into it because he was pretty much the only person who was making guide content for that game. As somebody who was, you know, technically minded, who was willing to explore it properly. But it's sort of interesting how Game Builder Garage was kind of positioned to be more like edutainment software in a way, when it was actually a fairly powerful toolset. Whoops, too slow. Terminator, in terms of having more character-style power-ups like they have for Link, I think that would be interesting. I think Samus is a very natural candidate for that. It's sort of interesting that back when we were all expecting maybe one additional non-standard theme like 3D World that would follow its own rule set, and before the Link costume was patched in, that was around a time that the Link's Awakening remake was also coming out, I remember. And I remember thinking that Link's Awakening would actually have been a really interesting alternate theme in Mario Maker. Because not only do you have side-scrolling segments baked into that game already, you actually have a surprising number of overlaps with the Mario enemy set, because things like Chain Chomps and Goombas and such are already in it, right? But with both the Link costume and the SMB2 mushroom, I think integrating it into SMB1 to give the SMB1 style a little bit more meat on the bones and a lot more interactivity was the right call. I'm actually quite happy with what they did with that. Like, we may have lost the Mystery Mushroom, but sort of in the final state of Mario Maker 2, I think SMB1 is still one of the most interesting themes, especially for puzzle players. Because the SMB2 costume in particular just exceeded my wildest expectations for it. I think the SMB2 mushroom in its current state is actually a lot more interesting than an SMB2 theme would have been. Okay, let's go up here. Down we go. Nope, lost that. That's okay. We have a pretty gentle reset over here. Just lowered myself a little too far there. Also, we can now skip that coin. Okay, there we go. Bump the Wiggler. Nice, very nice that you position that Wiggler and then bounce on it yourself. That's a lovely touch. Oh, whoops, that's not a lovely touch. Trying to go for that pink coin at the very end, and that ended in failure. I don't think we really need a Sonic sprite when Mang already makes Sonic momentum levels in this game, but... like, Mang has already turned Maker 2 into Sonic Maker. Okay. Over we go. I should have stayed a little bit longer on the second Goomba. Yeah, I bopped 2 Goombas on top of the bomb in succession way too quickly. I needed more room between them, so I delay the last Goomba bounce for as long as possible. This is one of those levels where we do want to actually try to get ahead of the auto-scroll as quickly as possible. We just need to let up gently. Very good. Yeah, love this little bit here, where you position the Wiggler yourself. That's a very nice touch. And that's checkpoint. Okay. Now the thing is, even though SMB2 began as Doki Doki Panic initially, and even though it was sort of separate from the original Japanese Super Mario 2 that we know in the West as Lost Levels, I think at this point, the contributions of SMB2 are so well integrated into the Mario identity that even though it started out as a bit of a black sheep game that wasn't originally designed to be Mario, I don't think that matters at this point. I think it's more than earned its right to be considered a full-scale Mario game. Because, you know, the further along in the Mario series we get, the clearer its legacy becomes. Not only in terms of the thrown objects and some of the enemy set, like the Shy Guys and so on. The surprising number of elements that made it into Yoshi's Island and the Yoshi series, in fact. But just a lot of things about it, like the character selection, which eventually made its way back into 3D World, the slot machines, which also made their way back into 3D World, the music especially, which was by Koji Kondo, and was completely in keeping with what Mario music sounded like at the same time. Like, I think SMB2's claim to be sort of core Mario is not really worth disputing at this point. And I say that as somebody who has never really gotten into SMB2 as much. Like, I also think it's a bit of a weird game. But now that you look back at Nintendo history with a lot of perspective, right? It's kind of neat that so many of their core series were willing to experiment right away and have sequels or second or third games that tended to be very unorthodox and tried things that might never have come back into the main series itself, but which still kind of have their own distinct identity to this day. And that's true of so many things, like Zelda 2 does that, Metroid 2 does that. Star Fox 2, which was never officially released and finished until 2017, I've heard also does that, but I haven't streamed it yet, so I don't know that firsthand. And yeah, Ecstatic Broccoli, that's a good observation as well. And welcome back, Ecstatic Broccoli. Let's reset this one. Yeah, Ms. Yarrow will hopefully get to Bufflin later in today's set, actually. He's in a few levels from now. Yeah, Majora's Mask is really just incredibly unique to this day. Oh, thought I could do Divine Climb here. That's a bad idea. Let's reset through this door. And try that again. We forgot the helmet. Why did I forget the helmet? Where did it go? Oh, I just forgot to pick it up. Okay, let's not do something that silly. Okay. We just need to go quickly here, get above the semi-solid. There we go. Ah, okay, bounce back. No, not that soon. We need to bounce underneath. Okay, let's take the death here and redo this segment. Yeah, Ms. Yarrow, I think I've long considered Majora's Mask to be probably Nintendo's high point narratively. And, you know, Nintendo's not really known for being narrative-oriented in most of their major series, but like the fact that, you know, whoops, shouldn't have crouched here. Majora's Mask was kind of thinking about what I guess in literary terms we would consider network narrative, and was way ahead of the field to the point that it's still kind of the cultural touchstone for that in video games to this day. In terms of constructing narrative in such a way that it's emergent from exploring NPC patterns and sort of developing a social graph of how the characters in the world interact around you, for instance. Like, all of that stuff was extremely forward-thinking in a way that is kind of remarkable for something coming out of Nintendo, because it's just, you know, so different from the typical Nintendo philosophy of how to approach design. Let's scout ahead a little bit. Yeah, I was actually an extreme latecomer to Majora's Mask. I didn't play Majora's Mask on the N64 originally. I missed out on a lot about the N64, actually, and I'm still not really attached to the N64 to this day. Like, it's the one Nintendo system that I am probably the least sentimental about. In spite of the fact that it had so many landmark games on it. Okay. There we go. That's just a timing check. Nope. Probably didn't want to do that. That's okay, let's just keep flying here just to see what we can do. We do need a helmet. That's going to be the helmet check at the Munchers right here. And we see another coin to the right once we drop on the right side of this set of obstacles. But yeah, like in my case, I've never really felt that strongly about Ocarina of Time, for instance. Even though objectively it's a landmark in design. It's remarkable with both that and Mario 64, just how much they got right on the first try in terms of, you know, some very subtle design decisions that needed to make the 3D translation work. But I've never been particularly sentimental about them, and I feel like a lot of their accomplishments have been bettered by their sequels. That was not the case with Majora's Mask. Like, Majora's Mask was something that, even coming into it years later, felt way, way ahead of its time, and still unique in some ways that have never been replicated. Last year, the game that I played the most, other than Mario Maker 2, was actually the new Hitman trilogy. And the whole time I was playing that, I was thinking about Majora's Mask, because like that's very much a game where it is all about learning social patterns of NPCs that interact in the world and figuring out how to kind of weave your way through those patterns. Once you understand the network and once you kind of understand the emergent stories behind the characters that are available on the field. And so the whole time I was just thinking, wow, Hitman actually is kind of a spiritual sequel to Majora's Mask, and that was not something that would have occurred to me previously as somebody who was kind of newish to the series. I did not bounce back here very well and get enough of that P-speed to get back in flight. We need to fix that bounce. Whoops, we need to fix this too. Let's just take to death. Let's redo this. Yeah, like I was saying about Ocarina of Time, I think it is objectively a landmark in design. It's just not something I'm... it's not something particularly dear to me, but I totally understand why it is held so dear by many other people. Mario 64 is kind of like that as well. Like, it is such a landmark in terms of how many design problems it fixed and solved on the first pass, basically. It's remarkable how much they figured out about how 3D should work when there wasn't that much of a reference point for many genres that were making the transition for the first time. But it's just as sentimentally, it's not very dear to me, as with much of the N64 library. Okay, what? Nope. Oh, I see what's happening here. I'm losing P-speed by ramming into that wall at the very end. Let's try this again. Is Hitman good on Switch? I don't know, because I'm not playing it on Switch. On Switch, it is a streaming build, actually. Like, you need to be connected online because it is streaming the data. And the Switch wireless connection, I think, is kind of bandwidth limited enough that I think it might cause issues for streaming games like that, but I don't know that firsthand. But you would want to be aware of that if you're comparing the Switch to other platforms for Hitman purposes. Mang, that's an interesting observation. A man that cooks exactly. But yeah, Hitman 3, well, the Hitman trilogy, which is kind of bundled into Hitman 3's engine now, doesn't run natively on the Switch. Whoops. Actually, Ms. Yarrow, I very much fell in love with Breath of the Wild. Because, like, if there's one thing I really don't do in video games is follow instructions. And I've always been kind of a breadth of first player in that, like, you know, if you give me some kind of quest or objective or waypoint, I'll pretty much do everything except that. And I'll just see how far I can push the game without completing something like the main quest. And if you have that kind of personality as a player, Breath of the Wild is absolute crack. And I'd always kind of wanted a little more non-linearity and choice in Zelda as well. Like, I remember, you know, back in 2003, I was playing Wind Waker and Knights of the Old Republic fairly close to each other. The Knights of the Old Republic was way ahead of its time in that it had story elements that changed drastically depending on what order you would traverse the planets in. So it's a completely different experience depending on the order of play. In terms of like which characters you would pick up and what stories would be available to you at that point in the plot, because of, you know, how other characters are responding to plot twists and so on. And I remember, as much as I loved the openness of Wind Waker, hence my Wind Waker alerts on this stream, that because of my playstyle, I was constantly pushing against some of the things that Wind Waker was not letting me do. Like, for instance, there isn't really a good functional reason why you have to do Earth Temple before Wind Temple in that game, right? Like, it just kind of artificially locks you into that order. But yeah, so even back in 2003, I was already thinking, like, it would be really neat to kind of go back to some of the openness that we associate with NES Legend of Zelda, actually, where you can kind of skip around and do dungeons out of the numerical order, although back then that was because the itemization was not really as tied to the dungeon progression. And then very conveniently, that's when, you know, Nintendo started experimenting with some of that stuff in Link Between Worlds and later on in Breath of the Wild, in terms of trying to figure out how to make non-linearity work with Zelda-style puzzle and item progression. I don't think that problem has been completely solved yet. I think there are some things in Breath of the Wild with that structure that can still be improved. But like I said, like, for this kind of personality of player, Breath of the Wild is very much a dream game. Let me put it this way, because this is always an instructive example of my playstyle. When you get off the tutorial plateau in Breath of the Wild, the first quest you get is to go to Kakariko Village and talk to Impa. I think I completed that quest, what was it, maybe 180 hours into the game? Which also meant some of the like really early tutorial style content that was trying to point you towards, you know, like there's a combat training shrine that is right by Kakariko Village that shows you how some of the deflections work. There's the camera that you unlock, which then leads you to the ancient lab and all that stuff. Like, a lot of the stuff that's kind of on the basic quest path in Breath of the Wild, I didn't see until I had explored the whole map and cleared all of the Divine Beasts and cleared like 110 shrines or something out of 120. And to this day, I think that's probably the best way to explain to people how I tend to play video games. And yeah, Luca, I think the interesting thing about Breath of the Wild is that on one hand, it's this incredibly open sandbox that allows you to break things in hilarious ways when it comes to, you know, manipulating stasis momentum and such, and sending objects across the entire map, and really messing with the physics. But at the same time, that most of those interactions feel completely sort of thematically intuitive. In that you just do the thing that you think should make sense in real life without necessarily knowing the rule set, and very often in Breath of the Wild, that's something that actually works. Like, when I started interacting with horses for the first time in that game, I was thinking, oh, definitely this game must let you feed apples to horses, right? You just hold a horse out with your hand, or hold the apple out with your hand in front of a horse, and I'm sure it lets you feed the horses, and naturally it does. And so you would have stuff like that all over the Breath of the Wild, where you would just think, okay, in real life it would work this way. We'll just do the thing and see if it happens. And unlike most video games, it actually happens. I mean, the thing, Luca, is that the ending doesn't particularly matter too much. You can just go directly to your pre-boss save file afterwards and continue where you left off. Like, for me, the actual story ending in Breath of the Wild, when I saw it, was just kind of an afterthought. I never got, you know, all 900-some Koroks or whatever, but I did complete, I think, every quest in the game eventually. It was very important for me to play the game completely unguided as well. Like, it was one of those where I was very insistent on just not looking up any external information. Nope, too late. I stomped the Goomba on the ice blocks that are blown up by the bomb too early. That's the one thing I need to delay. I need to push that timing as far as possible until the bomb detonation. Because I am losing flight a little bit too early at the very end here. And let's, whoops, nope. Terminator, yes, I beat every shrine without looking anything up. I had a little bit of trouble finding, like, the last 2 or 3 that I needed. Locating them got a bit tough near the end, because, you know, once you have explored very exhaustively in that game, it's very difficult to see which spot you might have missed on the map, and it's a huge map, right? So yes, I did do every shrine and all of the DLC content as well, unguided. It also meant that, like, I kind of had to learn the cooking recipes by improvisation as well. But it's a game that really rewards improvisation, right? Like, you just do the thing that seems to make sense. And usually it will work, like I was saying. I think we are going to be missing some kind of helmet check up ahead, aren't we? With Munchers again. Or am I? I think actually maybe there isn't one. Maybe there isn't a helmet check here. Let's check. Checkpoint. Yeah, actually losing the helmet up ahead seemed to be okay. Because you're at checkpoint here, it shouldn't matter at this point unless it matters for some kind of bonus. And if it does matter for a bonus, we'll have to miss it because I'm, of course, past checkpoint now with no way to retrieve a helmet. So possibly we might miss the bonus here if a helmet is required. Because it's possible to keep the helmet up to this point, but I have been unable to do so. Yeah, I don't have a great sense of timing when it comes to the bombs. Well, that's a very satisfying sequence right there, though. And I'll catch up on the messages just a moment. Gotta pay attention to this segment here. Okay, we'll take to death. Yeah, Luca, it's kind of true that, like, I've gotten less and less narratively invested in video games with time, probably because, you know, I just find much more narrative satisfaction in books and film. There's no formal reason why storytelling has to be weak in video games, but I find that culturally, because of the audience for video games and the kind of commercial considerations, that the market is not really conducive to people pushing narrative very hard, in spite of the fact that many designers clearly try to make that something special. Like, there are people who very clearly care about writing and storytelling in games, and some of them manage to turn that into something, and many of them, I think, just kind of run into market conditions that restrict what they can do with those ambitions. Nope, missed. Yeah, Static Broccoli, it is very true that, you know, in Breath of the Wild, after a little while, especially if you kind of have a hoarding mentality when it comes to weapons and such, you're always just kind of well-equipped. It's a game that becomes less and less about combat as you go along. I think that's very clear. I found that I was largely okay with that, but I can see why some players might not be, for sure. And that after a while, you do feel like you kind of tapped out what the game's going to throw at you in terms of the enemy design, like with the Lionels and Guardians and so on. Neat segment here with the Wiggler. Reminds me, oddly enough, of Nabuza's propeller level in the latest edition of Gears of Mario Maker. I'm missing a coin. Safety coin is over here. There we go. We'll go in this door. And that is going to give you the 1 YMM celebratory hands in the air. And as well as a fire flower, just to, you know, end on a proper note. Neat little cake there. And can't really do anything else here, I think. Yeah, so up above, of course, was where the bonus segment was tucked away. In the airship. And as a GG. How did I figure out the Twin Peaks Double Shrine without any guidance? I'm trying to remember which one that is. Because the thing is, the shrines were so long ago in my Breath of the Wild experience, where, you know, I just spent so much time in a game exploring afterwards that I don't know if I can tell which shrine is which. Is that the Constellation one, Terminator? Is that the Constellation one where, like, one clue in one shrine sort of refers to the other shrine? And let's give a shout out to Grakowski. Yeah, and Terminator, I don't remember having trouble with that one. I think I had to kind of step out and look at the other shrine to make that happen, but that was not really an issue. And welcome, Grakowski, and the puzzle crew that you've brought along today. For people who are puzzle designers, by the way, I strongly recommend going over to Grakowski's stream and community, because currently he and many other streamers are hosting yet another round of a puzzle contest, and this time it is going to be a contest for puzzles that are based on vertical towers using the vertical subworld in Maker 2. And so it's going to be quite unique, I think, relative to all the one-screen puzzles that we've seen so far. That's the design variety should be something to look forward to. So if you're a puzzle maker, or if you're a maker in general, please go over to that stream, drop it a follow, and keep your eyes peeled. Anyway, that's it for some classic warriors, so let's see who is next on this list. Grakowski, thank you once again for the resub. Really appreciated your continued support of this stream, and the Maker 1 levels are going very well. We've had some familiar faces, as well as some that I think predated me in this game. Anyway, we're going to pause for effect, because the next level is entitled Pause for Effect, and apparently it is a puzzle. So one moment while I punch in the code on the touchscreen. Ms. Yarrow, you forgot this was 1YMM in spite of seeing the Waryutsu level just now, yeah. You think I'll like this one? Yeah, Document, last stream you were telling me about Aaron's levels. This is one maker that I don't think I knew. But anyway, the description is fairly brief. It says, a puzzle adventure level that takes place in ancient frozen ruins. Decipher cryptic clues and solve mind-bending puzzles to discover the secret of the lost city. For people who are just coming in, the level codes and the description text are in this link over here. And a Grillburger, I am just taking levels off of that site. We have been going down the list for the first year, 1YMM, and currently we are on level number 13 out of 32. Okay, up my alley and an all-time classic and tons of likes and plays. Let's see. Let's see what this is all about. Okay. Love this kind of clock face on the right side here. I probably play too many escape rooms because the first thing I see when I look at this is, oh, it's 7 or 8 o'clock. Anyway, key door looks like it's going to be our ultimate objective at the end. Notice that there is a pipe up here as well that does not look accessible right now, but would be accessible with something like a Goomba shoe. Nowhere to go but forward. So I hear a chime that indicates to me that we actually should be thinking about it as like a clock, especially with the clock hands that are being signified by the cannons. So you have like one hand that's pointing basically at 12 and one hand that's kind of at 7. So I wonder if this is kind of like a waiting game where you have to wait for a certain number of ticks upon entering this area for something to behave. But let's take a look at this clue again. I think it strongly indicates that you should be looking at it as a clock with 2 hands. Notice that the cannonballs might be something jumpable as well. Well, not here in this room, obviously, but if there's a cannon setup that's similar later on. So what would that be? That would be like 1235? If we think about the cannon on the left as being a long hand. Now we can go forward here. I don't think this is doing anything for me just yet. The title is Pause for Effect, so I'm going to pause for effect. Hang on, 1 second. I was pausing to look at the effect to see if anything would happen here, but it is... like, this clock is giving me some kind of clue about maybe waiting in position. Maybe we just wait. Let's just hang out here for a moment. And see what's going on with the timer. We might even want to start from the beginning so I can see how the timer is calibrated. So I guess the reason I'm thinking about just waiting on the clock here is because this is something I'm familiar with in one of the Maker 2 escape rooms. Maybe I'm missing something really obvious at the same time, but... pause for effect. Hang on. I mean... Notice the effect when you come into this room. Let's watch this. Yeah, because I'm listening to the sound very closely here to see if the timing actually matters other than just a bong bong that we have here. Notice that the effect is triggering at the same time as the central cannonball overlapping the central location. When this cannonball is in this location, which actually tells me, we're going to check this. Okay, that was not too bad. An easier solution than just waiting on the clock. Now this is interesting. I guess the pipe is going to be the next clue that we have to work with. Well, it's not GG yet. Let's just explore the available space. Look at this. This is a face. This is really one heck of a face. Wow, look at this design. Amazing face. How sweet the sound. Let's go back down to the pipe just to see what kind of clue we're going to spawn. I'm also trying to see like what this shape is because I don't know what the ice is yet. If this is a face, then are these hands or are they something else? Let's go down to the first pipe and find out. Oh no, you can't go in this pipe yet. Okay, that's... never mind. That's exit only. Possibly you go in this pipe and you loop around in a subworld and get spat back below as you look for something to hit. Yeah, notice that as you have the stroke of the fire bar on the ice on the left, you have this location that's giving you the location directly to the right of the entry pipe here. So we would want to navigate our way down below this column, and then we would probably launch a bomb that breaks the ice open on the left side. That requires me to go up here. Yeah, understanding how to think about the first clue gives you most of what you need to get through the second clue. Like, once you just kind of learn how to read the logic of this level, tons of stuff opens up right away. I want to scout forward before I go in that door, without falling off. Love a lot of these stacking effects here as well. Very neat. You figured I had to pause the game while the cannonball was over the ice or something? Well, I mean, that does make it visually clear, if you want to use that to assist the visibility. Okay, so the munchers are going to load. There was something I should have paid attention to with the sound effect. Let's go back in. I am likely to hit timeout. I'm listening to this rhythmically, actually. But the fire bar length, notice the 4 fire bars have a different length going on, and that they coincide in a specific location some of the time. And maybe the beats of when the munchers are being loaded tell you where things should coincide. Like if you look at this, because I'm looking at where the firebar tips are joining, and I'm trying to think about how to make that work with the Muncher clue, and for that matter, the sound effect that we have going on the right side in terms of the rhythm that's been established. We will not see it this attempt because it's at 16 seconds, but I am going to go forward to see what the entry point is going to be. So it matches up with these 4 ice blocks over here. And so we're looking for a location that's related to these ice blocks. Did I actually just get that by accident? No, that's just a way back if you fall down by mistake, like I did just now. And yeah, the sound effects are quite nice. I never really played escape rooms in this style until Maker 2, and so seeing the possibilities with Maker 1 is pretty interesting. Look at the wall design over here, by the way. That's also the kind of Maker 1 specific effect that we should keep an eye out for. We need to go down below for this clue. Here we go. It's going to blow up the left side, and then we'll have a little more time to read what's going on here. So we've got these 4. We've got this to get me back up if needed. And then I need to figure out with these 4 locations what we should be hitting. I feel like there is... Oops, that's wrong. I didn't mean to go into that, of course. And because it's a vine block, it's going to reset. We need to wrap around, but that's going to be quick, so... And let's go back. Let's not do that. Oh, interesting. Notice how the donut block, if you drop it, you might potentially be able to use it to enter the green pipe. I want to see if we can do that. No, just a little too slow. I actually kind of want to see if that's doable. No, it's actually the wrong position. You need a central position. And I don't think there's a donut there. Never mind. Unless it's the one on the left? No, there is none, because that's, the donuts are not in position for that. And Grakowski, have a good sleep. Glad to have you come by, as always. So notice how it points to the left of the first platform. And the right. And then it does kind of match up to some of the invisible blocks that we see elsewhere. I think I understand. We know about this block here. We kind of discovered that by accident. But that's okay, because I believe that we should be able to hit something else. In fact, this gets you... not much. But you want to have something activate on this column here that would allow you to go up. And it's signified by the pattern that we saw earlier. So this wasn't purely a guess, so you can kind of infer it by the only point that you would be able to get up there with. I mean, I guess you could get up here or here as well, but the way I was reading that clue was I was looking at the Muncher rhythm and looking at where the fire bars were coinciding in successive beats, and they were kind of coinciding here in one location as well, but I don't think that matters, given that we have the exit we're looking for. So this is back to that initial shape, and look, you know what? The donut block actually does matter. I actually kind of guessed that solution ahead of time then. Right, because it's a central donut up here, I think, or... Wait, how did we lower a donut on this side then? Because this felt like it was way out of position. Ah, no, I misread that completely. It was the left side donut. That is actually in position. I thought it was going to be centered on the other side of this. So I could have accidentally shortcut the puzzle. Nope, need to catch that a little bit faster. Yeah, I guessed it and just gave up on trying the other donut because I thought this was centered and I just didn't even bother checking my work there. Anyway, let's see up here. Once again, you can't really tug the camera up in Maker 1 unless you make a landing. And so it does restrict your access to what's going to be built up top. We'll check that door in a bit. I can go back to that if I want. This also looks like kind of a wacky face. You know, the face in the first part of the level reminds me of a lot of Mini Barf's designs, actually, in Maker 2. Like, Mini Barf does a couple of goofy things like that when it comes to pixel art-ish designs. Anyway, we see the shell as our visual reference point there. I think it's going to be some kind of lineup, maybe. Let's see if everything fires still out the same pattern. Actually, no. It's going to be the curved tracks. Let's watch the curved tracks. Notice the shell that is going to the bottom left. It falls in a particular slot that does not line up with the curved tracks when everything else lines up with the curved tracks. And so, we're going to go over here and we're going to hit this spot. Anyway, let's go up here. Oily Olive. This is kind of like a cryptic escape room in some ways. You go into the clue rooms, you read the visual clues, and they show you where to find invisible blocks to hit in order to progress through the puzzle. Anyway, you can reverse through this area. Let's see what this clue is going to give us. So all three here are going to hit. I wonder if we kind of need to predict the trajectory. Because if you look at the cannon, if it were not negated by the shells, it would fire something over to the curved track on the left side. Curved track on the right side, I don't know what that's all about just yet, but the cannon facing left seems to have a particular target position that we're able to access. Or not. Okay, we're going to hit timeout here, but that's okay because the donut actually allows us to skip really quickly through the puzzle without actually reading the clues. Well, we know that there's some kind of alignment here with the shell in the middle in terms of timing. Or at least there was in a previous clue. This might be something completely different. 1 YMM levels are terrific, and actually this kind of level is very much in my wheelhouse, as Document was commenting earlier. We have 20 seconds left. I will likely hit timeout on this one. I'm actually looking at the deflection pattern. Notice how when the shells crash into each other, 2 of the shells fall into the curved tracks, and a third one falls onto the ice block that is to the left. Over here. It's something on this location. I think I need to ride the donut down and then hit on that side. Actually, the kind of puzzle that this is sort of closest to in some ways is, like in Maker 2 terms, would be Grikowski's Cosmic Compass. Grikowski just left, so he can't even hear me say that. But the kind of progression and the kind of clue reading in this because it's not something that's based on like passcodes or locks or anything, but it's based on looking at block locations, it has a lot in common with the Cosmic Compass. We do need to break open the left side in order to have a drop down following the donut blocks. We do need to break this open, otherwise it can't fall. Nope. Miss. Not exactly speedrunning this. There we go. Thought I dipped a little below, but that was actually fine. Now we go over here. Yeah, in some ways, I think Maker 1 really does shine with levels like this, and I'm sort of thinking of Kavik's Nikki's Puzzling Pictures as well as another example of how the flexibility of the aesthetic toolkit in Maker 1 really gives you tons of options when it comes to designing things that are about reading the visual space. Now, I want to see the deflection pattern again. I thought it was pointing to this ice block here. And I'm correct. And the bomb is going to step its way down. Yeah, we came out of that pipe, no reason to go back in. No, this is not hard to read, but maybe I'm saying that because I actually do play a fair number of escape rooms, at least in Maker 2. We're looking at a red cannonball now. The main block was just the first puzzle. Once I understood how to read the first puzzle, I kind of understood how the level was signaling the other ones, even though the specific clues are a little bit different every time. I'm looking at where the red cannonball is firing, and it gives me a shape. Notice how at the point that the red cannonball passes into it, all of the black cannonballs create a particular geometry. And so we'll look for that geometry, that kind of triangular shape. I don't know how visible it is. I think it was not quite this. But we've got plenty of space to play with here. Let's explore, because I wasn't paying attention to the area where that would be relevant, I think. Now, you can reverse up here quite easily, which is good. And we can also just kind of think about like what is going to be a breakable space. Let's read this again, because it is the shape that is made by the black cannonballs, I'm fairly sure. And maybe the mushroom platform columns are a bit of a clue as well in terms of where that space is going to be located. Like the triple column, if we can find it. Is there a triple column somewhere? That hint would have been a good one to pause on for effect. Yeah, sure, we can do that. I was able to see it fairly clearly. Although I can't find the location that it matches, that's the main thing. But I can go back and show it to you so you can see what I'm seeing. It's conveniently located on the left side of the screen, so that if you pause for effect, you can read it. Whoops, no, my timing is off. This shape right here. That's what we're looking for. I was wondering if the triple mushroom platform pillars on either side were going to be relevant in terms of finding that location. I don't know yet. But I can't visualize where that's going to be relevant yet. It's probably somewhere that's going to be obvious if I actually search around the space properly. And re-enter some of the doors, perhaps. No, that's just a clue room. It might even be back in the main space. Because you can exit back out to the pipe to go back to the main area. And maybe that was something that was familiar to us there, that if you go through a donut block on this pipe here, like this one, go back, and yeah, you see this thing here? That's actually exactly the shape that we're looking for, and the red cannonball was placed here. That indicates to me that we needed to get on top of a donut block and jump up. And then that would blow up this, because it would spawn a bomb, probably a little bomb that comes up here and blows up these ice blocks and allows you to proceed. I think that's what's going on. So, same donut block as before, except we jump up this time. Whoops. What am I supposed to do? Whoops, no, wrong. I was trying to jump up into that shape. And I wonder if there's a more elegant way to do it. But my reaction time is not quite where it needs to be for that to happen. Also notice that there's kind of a quasi-checkpoint, like a knowledge checkpoint here, in that once you see that clue, you don't actually need to re-enter the subworld to do any of this stuff, because you know everything you need to proceed in this zone. But I'm trying to get up into that shape and probably below this square here. I'm going to hit this square. It's going to spawn a bomb. The bomb is going to go over here, blow this up, and allow me to go into the bottom right of this zone. That is what I predict. Nope, I need to be much crisper about that. It is a tricky jump to make. More mechanically demanding than what we've seen so far, so I do wonder if there's an easier way to do it. Nope, hang on. Yeah, I think this is probably the right way to do it. It's just that I'm flubbing the second jump because I'm landing too high on the first jump. We got 39 seconds to figure this out, but then it's easy to go back to this location, so... Hang on. Nope, too low. A little difficult for me to estimate my position there. Wouldn't want to be speedrunning this for sure. Whoops. Yeah, I'm trying to get on top of the donut block, but that's precisely what I'm trying to do. The issue is that I'm just not landing on it cleanly. I'm trying to do, I think, exactly the thing that you're suggesting. And I believe it is correct, it's just tough to execute. Okay, so once again, we do need to break open this guy here. And that requires me to go down below, so I can spawn a bomb that breaks the ice on the left. Whoops. Hang on. Why don't I just jump from here, like a sensible person? I actually wonder, no, you're only going to spawn the bomb that once, so... There we go. I'm on the wrong side. Nope. I was trying to get over to the left with a bit of a ceiling bump. That's correct, I was just on the wrong side. I know it's supposed to be the left side because of the red cannon placement in the clue room that we saw earlier. That's got to be correct. I'm very confident in this solution. And Electro Dude, welcome. Here we go. See, no big deal. And that's going to take me to another segment. Here, this is going to give me a clue that faces the initial clock. So it's going to give me the chime and also point out that block that is in the 7 or 8 o'clock position as being open. That's kind of interesting, because is that initial location in the block accessible? It's kind of mesmerizing to watch this pattern, actually. Like, it's really fancy to look at. Okay, I should actually play the level and not just stare at this, but let's go back to the initial location then. And I guess we just hit that slot and see what happens. Like this thing here? Or you hit this? Or do you watch the cannonballs as they diverge? I mean, like something like this would be way too easy to hit accidentally. I think it's going to be something a little bit different. That is perhaps further out in that pattern. I am listening to the sound effect as part of the clue, of course, but the sound effect seems to coincide with when everything is coinciding over the ice blocks. Oops, can't actually pause that for effect. So I'm looking at the cannon placements now, because maybe it's the cannon locations that matter here, in terms of like if you follow it like you would with a star pattern and go point to point, maybe that gives you something. So instead of thinking about the open space, which is just going to be a ground tile, you think about where the cannons are placed and you trace a particular pattern that way. And that would tell me that we're looking for the firing pattern that is supposed to give you the location that is missing, and that's going to be the top left. I don't know if I sort of described that very sensibly, but basically you would do something like top left. Yeah, we need to look at the cannon placements. And I want to go back up to that location and probably spawn a vine that goes down there and jump up in that location. I may be missing something obvious, yes, but we're going to deal with it. I mean, yeah, we can do this. We can jump up here. Had I actually not checked that up to this point? I had actually not checked this up to this point. I didn't realize that all this time I hadn't looked at this pipe. We have an L shape. I think if we go back to the room with the loading clue, with all the fire bars, that will give me a sense of what to do with this pattern here. That, like, there's a particular time when you get this loading pattern, and it's going to be when the first muncher is loaded on the right side. I remember pause for effect, yeah, exactly. We haven't been doing very much of that, admittedly. And it's going to be a location that's like relative to the Munchers. Let's go back to the Firebar clue and look at when the first Muncher gets loaded, because that's when the pattern will match. And then well, this is approximately what we're looking for, right? Like a 6 stack on the L that is on the left. Right after the first one is loaded. Possibly we're just a little bit off where the fire bars are pointing. Yeah, like right here in the right side here, that was what we were previously using, though. I think I understand that. Whoops. We have to go back because the vines do not recover. We'll eventually be hitting a block that gives you a key. And that's something we should keep in mind because of the fact that could be something that doesn't naturally look like a solution spot. I'm trying to hit under that block there because that seemed like a candidate. Seems like it would be maybe a bit of a tricky reach, though. Let's read this clue again. Yeah, 6 Munchers stacked on the left side, 1 Muncher raised on the right side. And that there's a particular location that that's signifying, which I thought had to match up with the firebar clue. I get the sense that you're saying you love this because I'm missing something extremely obvious. A bit further than that, because we need a 4th one to get loaded. No, that's a little too far, I think. We know that location already. Like where the fire bars are pointing right now, that's with the 6 stack on the left. That's roughly with the pattern that we saw in the second clue room. I feel like we used this clue already. Like this clue is not actually that relevant to my interest because it's part of the same bundle of clues that gave me the top left to begin with. So the thing is, we should actually be going back to this clue here to look at it one more time, because I don't think that's actually relevant information here. Oh, you love this for the love of cool puzzles, not for suffering, but you know, why not both? Yeah, I'm listening to the chime. So the way I was thinking about this is that maybe the missing cannon corresponding to the missing tile is what we need. But missing cannon would be something that is up in the walls, and so that's probably not it, but we should be diligent about it and go back to check that clue anyway. So let's just unlock everything once again. Donut block can get me directly to that clue. Once we open up bottom slot here. You know what amazes me about this level, and I guess it was because it was part of 1YMM, that a level of this style actually has this many plays and likes. It's very hard for puzzles in this style to get any traction at all in Maker 2, that's for sure. I mean, I guess maybe at this point in 2016, it was partly sort of the shock of the new, where, you know, even just the concept of doing puzzles in this style was itself something that a lot of players wouldn't have seen before and would be open-minded about trying. This was a pioneer in this style for Mario Maker. Yeah, I'm glad I'm playing it, like, because it is... I can totally see that this is, you know, one of the foundation stones for a lot of levels I've played and enjoyed since. The Mist of Mario Maker 1, yeah. I can't believe I didn't know this. Like, I just didn't know this one. Hang on. And I'm very glad that I'm catching up on it now. Okay. Ah, Mist. Speaking of Mist... Whoops. Let's try it again. That's the thing, the trickiness of this jump makes me wonder if there are other jumps later on, like with the clue that we're on next, that are also as tricky. Whoops. I'm just not holding left quickly enough there. But for the most part, mechanically, there's nothing unapproachable about this level. This bit is tricky, but it's easy to read, right? Like, it's easy to see that that's A, what you are supposed to do, and B, that even if you miss, it is very obviously doable. In the sense that, like, a player isn't going to give up on this jump just because they fell short. At least I don't think they would. Anyway, let's go back here. You know what? We never really looked ahead much further, did we? Okay, so we need to look at the canon clue again because I'm clearly not reading this accurately. So if you notice the clock, you'll notice that a lot of the spaces that are occupied by the cannons here are just part of the walls in the initial layout. So I'm sort of thinking about this in terms of connectivity, where ultimately everything would point to that top left. But as we saw before, that is just a hard wall in the current layout. The other thing I'm looking at is the key door. In that, when everything is kind of splayed out like that, you have the space 2 blocks to the right of the key door that coincides with a chime after multiple projectiles. So I was thinking about this mostly in terms of the first projectile and the pattern around the clock, when I should actually be looking at the cannonball that's on the top left approaching the key door. Because maybe that gives me something relevant. It seems like it would be kind of maybe too trivially discoverable, though, right? Like, a level like this would often avoid creating anything that would be easy to activate accidentally. But let's see, because there's a cannonball that goes here. Let's look at the block spacing on that top left position that I was describing earlier. Because maybe it actually is above the pipe or something. Like above the pipe entrance. Let's watch this. No, you would want 3 blocks above the ice in the 10 or 11 o'clock position. If you're reading this as going for a missing cannon. It would kind of coincide with a chime. Yeah, the left side by the key door is one of the only visual outliers that I can see that would be useful at the time that the chime is striking. Other than that, the only thing I can think of would be something to do with that missing slot in the 7 or 8 o'clock position. I mean, we can pause for effect, but on the visible part of the screen, that would just give you, once again, that block located there. Did we actually strike that accurately before, though? Maybe we didn't. The block that's located just 2 slots to the right of the key door, like, did we actually jump towards it, or am I giving up on it too early? Like this location here, seems like we would have been able to activate it by now. I guess the thing we should consider is, once again, going for those vine blocks and dropping them down from up top. But yeah, this pipe is actually not interesting. This pipe just gives me, I think, a reinforcement for the clue that we had already seen earlier over here. We have this face on this side. At least I don't think this pipe is interesting. The clock we've seen several times over. Nothing really going on in the empty position here. The key door we have never really successfully hit. We have 16 seconds. Is there error? Oh, it's a birthday song. Okay, so that's effectively the cake. I was wondering if there was a secret cake somewhere. We have 7 seconds to see if we want to fool around with the donut on the left side. No, let's not do it. Let's just take the clear and go. We can probably see on the overall level layout if on the curtain screen there was something else going on, secrets-wise, but we didn't really have time to check that. Look at a world record, 4 seconds, somebody just going for the key directly. I guess the key is just barely out of reach enough that you're not going to hit it by accident too often. Oh, and I guess that this being Maker 1, that maybe it has a high number of clears because some people would have just downloaded it and spoiled it for themselves. If they really wanted to get the clear and they were stumped, they could just do that. That's world record in minimum pause strats. You don't really need to pause for effect in this one. I mean, if you just have a good visual sense of seeing the patterns as they emerge. I think I've just played too many escape rooms in Maker 2 that are about timing elements like that. There was one escape room by Redbeard. Actually, man, you'll remember this one because this was the one with the Bob Marley clue, where you had to look up the song. Where that one was all based on reading elements that cohered into letters of the alphabet, right? And would form certain shapes at certain times. And except for that one musical clue that relied on knowing Bob Marley. It doesn't look like there's anything on the ending screen other than the music note loading, of course, for the birthday chime. Anyway, excellent, excellent level. I can see why that is a true puzzle classic. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a no pause category. The no pause category probably doesn't get you under 4 seconds. Let's take a look at the next level. Next one is going to be called Super Mario Makery, and it is by Webby Wife. Now, one moment while I, once again, punch everything in on the touchscreen and see if it's valid. We have thankfully not run into any invalid codes or deleted levels yet. Okay, Super Mario Makery by Webby Bud, credited as Webby Wife in the actual website. What's cool, says Document, is that the pause screen is accommodated in every hint screen. Yes, I noticed that. I was wondering about that with the final clue with the clock, in fact, because I thought, okay, I guess one of the reasons why it wouldn't have something to do with the 7 o'clock position on the clock is because the pause screen is obstructing the right side of the screen, right? But with the red and black cannonball clue that pointed you back into the main area earlier, I definitely noticed that the entire pattern was bunched up on the left side of the screen such that the pause would give you full visibility of that shape. I don't think I'd really noticed that much earlier in terms of that being a consistent pattern with every clue, because some of the clue rooms were just kind of symmetrical, right? But it is neat that that would just be very convenient. The level description for Super Mario Makery is this. Oh, this is a long one. So let me just take a sip of my drink first before I read this. I guess by the time we get to John's puzzles in 2 and 3 YMM, we'll also be doing poetry readings if his style was consistent back then. Anyway, Super Mario Makery, though, by Webby Wife, or here on the account Webby Bud. Welcome to the Makery, an exclusive manufacturer of authentic WW levels. There are footnotes, by the way. Makery points to footnote 1, which says, locally sourced super fresh organic Webby Wife levels. At the Makery, registered trademark, we don't just make Kaizo happen, we don't make Kaizo happen at all. Trademark. An exclusive manufacturer of authentic, footnote 2. Knockoff brands such as What Whiffs and our Web Wipe may give users a rash. Authentic WW levels will still give you a rash, but they'll also make you a cup of tea before driving you to the clinic. Back to the main text, it says, start your tour in research and development before making your way through and onto various assembly lines. You'll also visit the construction yard where workers assemble the end product. Final delivery of the completed level will occur after all pink coins have been found. For your convenience, the Makery provides visitors with an infinite checkpoint save, a 7-costume scavenger hunt, and an uneasy feeling that Goombas were probably harmed during the making of this level. So somebody keep track of the costumes for me. There is apparently a set of 7 that we should watch out for. And yeah, Document, one of the things with going back to Maker 1 and that I had talked to John or Tetratarix about ahead of time was that he's really been looking forward to somebody doing a video clear of that Return of a Chico Mole level, because apparently he's never seen like a live video clear. He's seen maybe one YouTube clear that was edited after the fact. And so he has some hard puzzles that actually are still new territory in terms of a live stream recording. Look at the pixel art in this with the kind of Mario Makery cracker brand or whatever, with Maker Mario holding the hammer. Very neat. Let's play. And of course, we'll need to make time for those puzzles when we get to them. Amiibo costume, allowing me to actually break stuff. We're going to take advantage of that while we can and break the M&Ms. The M&Ms. In the Mario Makery. Oh, there's a checkpoint right away. Now, I see 6 pink coins. I'm really interested to see what the checkpoint setup will be, actually, in that, as I said before, these levels were kind of very early on in checkpoint tech, in terms of people figuring out how to work around key death. Like, this is just aesthetic, I think. And, yeah, 2 coins over here. I wonder why that's relevant. And we're just going to pop everything to start. I think these are just a way of keeping track of what you have or haven't entered, as a way to kind of create a memo for yourself. The same goes for the coins that allow you to enter the pipes. So now we'll totally forget that we haven't actually done any of these rooms. We'll start on the top left and just work our way over. On this side of the building, this is still giving you Maker Mario, who's not going to be spawning any crates today. Burner is not really giving me anything. Oh, I guess this matches the sprite that's in the cover art, like the raising of the hammer with the Maker sprite. That's actually the basis of the pixel art that we see later on. Look at that, pipe overlap. Pipe overlap doesn't actually get you in anywhere, but it does create a compact layout, I suppose. Oh, no, wanted to kick this guy to the left. Left, 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 left. Nope. I might want to take a death here and start this one over. Because you can clearly bust your way into the center. Okay, let's grab this. Super Mario Maker. So yeah, I guess that's not actually a required interaction. If it were, that would sort of qualify as an SD. Oh, this is a toilet bowl. That's what it is. We're in the bathroom. And so we're going to flush like that. And these piranha plants are still going to crawling around in the crapper. I mean, I guess you are a plumber, so, you know, you have to be equipped for dealing with stuff like this, and Luigi's going to come out of hiding from underneath the toilet. Maybe this is supposed to be like a bathroom sink or something with like a mirror? I don't know. This is definitely a toilet bowl, though. But anyway, that is one amiibo. Ah, pipe stacking. Yes, once again, pipe stacking just allows you to pop out in a kind of many-to-one fashion of this pipe and go straight back in. The wonders of pipe stacking continue to surprise me despite knowing that they're coming. We're able to hit the POW, we're able to probably jump onto springs. Do I want to take the Fire Flower? I don't know. That would have allowed me to survive more of this, I suppose. A Stiletto is available. And Stiletto allows me to jump across here. We'll get into a bit of an elevator fight with this guy, and I missed the costume in this segment, though. I feel like we need to redo this to get a costume. But having the Stiletto is great. I also think... Oh, that's interesting. That just pops a mole. Let me check it. Yeah, we did this one. I didn't actually find the amiibo in this one, though, so I want to redo it. As I said. And, oh, there we go. Except, what do we do now? That doesn't actually seem to get you anything. Which is odd, because I would expect that there's something we can interact with here. Oh, you know what? No, there's this gap. We can go through the gap. Just need to read the artwork properly. Then, I'd forgotten about this costume. Oh, and it transforms into the classic SMB1 style one as well, except not quite as tall. Anyway, this is going to lead to all kinds of visual confusion, I'm sure, when we make our way back over. Nope. Oh, lost it. Okay. So much for that. Well, it was the principle of the thing. And we did preserve it over a checkpoint anyway, so... I guess I don't really need to go back to that one since we have revealed it already, but let's try to finish it with that costume anyway. I might fail, but we'll try it. Gonna get a boot first. I said we're gonna get a boot first. No. You tried to get the Builder Mario costume. You mean in Maker 2 in terms of unlocking it at the end of the main campaign? The mini game to get it. I don't remember how to unlock it, to be honest, because it's been so long. Oh, you mean, oh, in this game, like it's Fly Swatter, right? I actually don't remember what is unlocked by what, or Shake a Muncher in the Course Maker, okay. Yeah, I don't remember the unlock methods for a lot of this stuff. I never got 100% of the amiibos or anywhere even close. And so I don't actually know a lot of the unlock requirements. I love the climbing animation for this. In general, I love how many animations there are for each of these. Like there's a dash... Oh, come on, we lost it. Like the fact that you have tons and tons of amiibo sprites and that each of them has multiple states is really quite nice. Anyway, we've seen that several times over already. Let's just move on and actually explore more of the level. Now it's back to Mario Maker, but then we'll try to get an alternate costume. Beyond that, I don't know if that's going to be it. No, that's just a one-up. Yeah, we could have gotten a mystery mushroom there. That's okay. That's okay. We can get one here instead. And lose it immediately. And get a 1-up for, not endless, but 100 Mario Challenge. And I see that there are the question blocks to the left, the key coin to the right. 153 costumes. Yeah, I was nowhere close to that. Nowhere even remotely close. Yeah, most costumes in this game I just experienced through watching other people's creations, or playing other people's creations, I should say. That's just standard. I don't think we saw anything unlockable here yet. But this is already going to be the exit unless we find some other way out. You know, this track here looks suspicious. I feel like if we went fast enough, that this track might have delivered something that would be obtainable before going back down. Like, you would have a track that sends a mushroom up, but a track goes back down if we're too slow, and we don't get that. Terminator, do I own more digital or physical games? At this point, more digital. Although I still buy some physical games for sure. Traditionally, for a lot of single-player games that are not really service games, but games that, you know, you kind of hit the end credits or do 100% and you're done, I have tended to exchange them within a small circle of friends and family. I mean, I still own them, but I'll kind of lend them out to family from time to time. That's what happened with Metroid, actually. I finished Metroid Dread, I lent it out to family. I recently got it back and started doing some additional runs. Can I check the pipes? I can also use the shoe from the previous room to gain height on certain locations. So for that, I find physical games to be really useful, especially because, you know, shops eventually do go down. We know that from experience with the Wii, and eventually we'll know that with the 3DS and the Wii U. Actually, even Super Mario Maker is no longer available digitally on Wii U ever since services got cut, because they don't want people to buy a product that is not fully functional, since uploads are no longer available. So you, as far as I know, can't actually buy Mario Maker 1 on the Wii U eShop anymore. Ah, okay, so... yeah, the platform just sends you up from a previous segment that we had already completed, so the blue platform is not relevant. Where is the costume in this location, then? Let's see. Because I don't see anything else to hit or anything else that we missed, so there we go. There we are. Goomba. A sad tale of madness. Terminator, how many years do I expect the Switch eShop to last? I think the Switch eShop will last a long time. The Wii shop lasted about a decade. A little over a decade, I think. I remember when they shut off the tap for that because I still had some unspent credit on the Wii from gift cards and the like. And the Wii is a good point of comparison because of how popular it was as a system. And the Wii, of course, actually had much fewer digital titles on offer in that you didn't just have like every single physical game also released digitally the way that you do on the Switch. So the fact that the Switch is this successful, and the fact that Nintendo seems to be positioning it as more of a long-term platform for hopefully much longer-term collection building, makes me feel much more confident about purchasing digitally on this system than I have in the past. And with the Switch, of course, like, the portability makes a big difference when it comes to deciding to purchase digitally, because, you know, if you're playing on a handheld and you're on the go, you don't want to be changing out carts. At the same time, though, like, I find that Nintendo physical games really hold their value well, and that you don't want to be in a situation in the long run where you lose access to something and can't get it back inexpensively. And that's just from a lot of previous experience with Nintendo games that go sharply up in value. Like the Fire Emblem Radiant games, or Earthbound, or... you know, games that have a very dedicated niche following, but also go out of print rather quickly. Even games with huge print runs like Smash Melee actually are now way up on the secondary market, because like there is still a competitive demand for Smash Melee, with young players actually buying GameCubes and CRT monitors and so on. Did I actually get that segment? Hang on, let's redo that one. I'm not paying enough attention here. Hang on. Oh, okay, one-way pipe. I forgot that the pipes are just one way. Yeah, not paying enough attention here. Hang on. Let's see. This is what? I'm just trying to figure out what this is aesthetically, like we did with the toilet seat earlier. But yeah, there's a ton of stuff on the GameCube, like Fire Emblem, Thousand Year Door, I think, which actually had a sizable run. And even Smash Melee, which was the best-selling game on the system, they're all very expensive discs nowadays. And of course, having things available digitally does kind of correct for that in the short term, but maybe not so much in the long term. This is a vehicle, this is like a construction crane, I think, yeah. So what do we do here? So yeah, this is basically a construction site. This allows you to go through up top. Do we want to go through up top, or do we want to drop down here? And tap this. And yeah, Terminator, there will come a point where you will want to have your whole library downloaded locally somewhere, because, you know, if you're talking on a 20 or 30 year scale, I would not be confident in really very much when it comes to digital purchases. Like, I look back at my Steam library, which is about as confident as one can be in a digital platform being robust enough to be supported in the long term. And I haven't had my Steam library for 20 years. Steam hasn't really been around for 20 years, right? Like, Half-Life 2 and the Orange Box released in, what, 2004? And I would have gotten on Steam around... Oops. I don't think I adopted Steam until about 2010, actually. Like, even so, like, when you're thinking about a 20 or 30 year timescale, we don't actually have a good equivalent for that in video games yet. Because the digital ecosystem has not been around for that long. Anyway, here's Yamamura, who we kind of demeaned as the pigeon thing in the previous stream. And this is just a bedroom. Yamamura sleeping very comfortably with his downy, cloudy pillow. And POW blocks here seem to get you through this pipe. Terminator, interestingly enough, when you look at things like the speedrunning scenes, sometimes people really do put a premium on physical copies that are unpatched and in version 1.1. I know, for instance, that the Metroid Prime community actually really highly values the original print run of Metroid Prime because it has a particular vulnerability that lets you get space jump first in the first room really, really easily. You can still do space jump first in the later physical print runs of the game, but it's harder to execute, and so it kind of adds to the time. So, like, the speed records, as I understand it, in the Metroid Prime scene are actually kind of differently measured depending on whether you're owning a particular unpatched physical copy of the game. And it's kind of like that with Metroid Dread as well, like, not in terms of the print run, but in terms of there being speed categories that are built upon the 1.0 version in ways that are no longer available. We need a big mushroom to bust through all that stuff. We'll do it. I feel like bombs were supposed to get you some other costume here. I may be wrong, because bombs aren't going to break anything that the big mushroom doesn't also break for you. So we might be missing a costume here simply because the big mushroom is going to destroy everything. No, we'll get it. No, that's not it. That's definitely not it. And we didn't even hit the coin, which is okay, because I actually do want to time out with 5 coins so I can inspect that segment a little more carefully for the remaining costume. But yeah, if you talk about the sunsetting of Nintendo's previous online services, they kind of had different reasons behind them in terms of when that happened. the Wii's online capabilities and the DS's online capabilities actually went down much earlier than Nintendo wanted them to, in fact, because they were reliant on a third-party service to do that, because their old network infrastructure was built on top of GameSpy, and GameSpy just went bust as a business in the 2010s. And so Nintendo basically had to shut down Wii online services on a schedule that they didn't actually have full input on, and I think they were not happy about that. Now, the Nintendo Network ID stuff that the 3DS and the Wii U were built upon, well, there were two things going on there. There was like Miiverse support getting cut off, but the other thing that happened there was that there was actually a major security vulnerability a few years ago with the Nintendo Network ID accounts. And so that just kind of added an extra incentive for Nintendo to just get their stuff off that platform as quickly as possible, if I understand it correctly. Look at this thwomp here. I think we probably can access this thwomp and destroy some of these blocks using the big mushrooms such that we can unlock the blasters, and the blasters might be able to get me something like a costume. I actually think that's likely the solution. Also, notice that you can just run into this from the side. You can't do that in Maker 2, I don't think. And look at the thwomp with the mustache, it's very comical. And there we go, there's a costume. Great, we actually found all of them then, I think. There's 7, I guess, if you count the builder costume, plus the 6 that we discovered in each of the zones. That qualifies. So let's not die. Look at all these bombs. So yeah, well, I said let's not die. And yeah, Terminator, I think it's much likelier to happen with the Switch in terms of the library carrying forward. First of all, because the level of third-party and indie support for the Switch was totally unprecedented, and we're clearly positioning it to be kind of like a third-party, sorry, a console equivalent to Steam in terms of like which games were coming over. And if you looked at some of the stuff that was being talked about on the business side, wow, look at Luigi there. Oh, it's Bullet Luigi, that's why. Bullet Bill Luigi. I'd forgotten about some of these effects. What was I talking about? Yeah, if you, go down to here, first of all. Oh, I took a key death, didn't I? I took a key death. No, I didn't. I have the key. Never mind. I didn't take a key death. I just have the coin. I very nearly got into a situation where I would take key death. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Oh yeah, about the eShop carrying forward. Yeah, if you looked at some of the kind of talk coming out of Nintendo before they launched the Switch, you know, when it comes to like their investor calls and all that, like they were making a lot of extensive reference. This is costume number 7. A lot of extensive reference to modeling themselves after iOS in terms of wanting to have a software platform that would be kind of transgenerational, as you know, something that would be built for long-term backward compatibility. Anyway, we're going to get into the back of this truck here in the Makery, and we're going to escape. And we're going to spawn some coins. So I think the situation when it comes to digital purchases on Switch is probably going to be much better than it was on previous Nintendo platforms, in terms of not having to rebuy stuff in your collection. I think that might actually have informed part of their strategy for porting so many Wii U games over on this system, not only because the Wii U undersold. Look at the sun, look at this beautiful sun design. But because it's kind of a long-term investment in the Nintendo library, even for the post-Switch platform. Like, I think that's clearly something they're looking at, unless there's some kind of major disruption or collapse in the console market as we know it. I just want to see what's over here. And we have even more bonus costumes. Wonderful. Oh, and we're inside the Mario sprite. Okay. Fantastic. I think we found most things here. Nice little treasure hunt design. Anyway, kind of an interesting conjunction, of course, of like talking so much Nintendo stuff while in this Amiibo Festival level. Super Mario Maker. Thank you for the GGs. Really kind of took my sweet time on that one, but I did want to explore that. And yeah, very relaxing level. You can see where that nearly 12% clear rate is coming from. But also a nice level for just kind of, you know, hanging back and taking everything at a gentle pace. You know, in the level description page, there is a bio of all these makers, and the description of Webby Wife says, her main audience includes 7-year-old seafood lovers and anyone who enjoys toilets made out of Cloudbox. We certainly saw that on display. The next level is called Year of the Muncher, and it is by Bufflin. Bufflin, of course, now a very well-established maker. I actually haven't played the second Bufflin Super World, like the Bufflin ++ Super World in Mario Maker 2 yet. Bufflin, extremely prolific maker. Like, I actually can't play his levels fast enough to keep up with how quickly he turns them out. And so there's still a fair bit on his Maker 2 profile I haven't cleared yet, even though I did play all of his Super World and much else besides. But anyway, Maker 1, of course, was where he sort of put himself on the map. It's interesting that if you look at the websites, yeah, I think it was one of the other levels we played last time that was already kind of crediting Bufflin as an inspiration. But very distinctive hard platformer style. And we're going to see that in play here in 1YMM Year of the Muncher, which is described like this. This huge mansion has a big Muncher infestation. Some even have wings. Can Mario make it out alive? Only you can help him. For Breath of the Wild, how did I figure out a shrine you needed to roll the snowball down the right path? I don't know if I even remember that one. Oh, you mean the shrine that you unlock by rolling the snowball like into the huge snow pit? I remember spending a lot of time lining that up to get it right, but thinking that the layout of the overworld there actually made it clear that you should be thinking in those terms. Like, it took me a while to line it up, but I remember that spot. It was one of the later ones that I got, though, I think. No, the shrines that I had most trouble getting to in terms of the last few I discovered were not really a matter of solving the puzzle to unlock them. It was just finding them on the map in the first place. And if I recall, one of the issues is that I was clearing out as much of the game as I could without actually completing stuff in the main quests. And there are a few things that you can't do until you have done the sequence of talk to Impa, unlock the lab, you know, get the camera, all that stuff. There are a few shrines that you're actually not allowed to unlock because the world has certain triggers that depend on them, including one of the dragons, in fact. Like one of the dragons and some of the shrines depend on you completing some of the quest content. And I didn't realize that, so I was getting stuck in certain locations because I didn't realize that I actually needed quest progress to uncover the shrines where I had some outside clues for them already. Anyway, Year of the Muncher, let's go. We're, of course, going to check the pipe up front. It's nothing. Too short a jump. I'm, of course, looking at the spawning logic of the first screen here and seeing how things line up. Yeah, just need a bit of a higher jump there. We'll be able to make that in no time. Just missing the jump on the edge. Yeah, you do kind of need to get as much airtime as you can manage coming out of these ones here. P-switch is going to do what for me? Notice this one-way panel. It looks like it's going to drop something. Oh. Ah, okay. I wonder if getting the coins there was relevant to anything. Let's unstack and see. Yeah, everything loads quite nicely, in fact. Probably because the loading range for this happens when you're mid-jump, and so... Well, I mean, you'd have to play this through a few times to see how much regularity you get from that. I want to see what happens if you hit the P-switch before you go through the pipe. Nothing really. That would be thoroughly play-tested, of course. But I wanted to see if it did anything as a bonus. Seems not. Okay. Okay, here we go again. And some of the POWs do respawn as you go back and forth. Of course. Like the rightmost stack that drops as you go right to left. Whoops. And once again, we're going to die to the easy jumps. Yeah, I definitely want to go back over Breath of the Wild, at least casually, before the second game comes out. Because I spent so much time just kind of hanging out in the world that the shrines themselves, being some of the first things I did, are a bit of a distant memory. Oops. So, a lot of them, you know, I wouldn't remember the solutions at this point, and I would need to solve them from scratch. As I've told people on the stream before, I've also had a long-held ambition to play Breath of the Wild on Master Mode in a second language. So you would really kind of put yourself in a foreign land. And also because I'm spending so much time on the game anyway, I might as well, you know, get some language acquisition out of it. And that's something I've done before in the past with other games that have ludicrous playtimes. Where, okay, you're going to put hundreds of hours in this thing, you might as well do something. Now, this is something that didn't come back in Maker 2, this kind of Muncher launch. I remember it being all over the place in Maker 1 because you would have some hyperspeed tech that would be associated with it. But look at how they expand as well. Yep, Checkpoint is going to have a mushroom check built right into it. So you can't cheese too much on your way over. thing that sticks out at me about this Bufflin level is that it has a much more stop-and-go style of pacing than his work in Maker 2, which is... Levels in Maker 2 are usually much more kind of constant motion-oriented. And that are always just kind of go, 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 and you would be suspended above falling elements or collapsing elements all the time that kind of keep your momentum going at a very controlled pace. A sort of rhythmic stop-and-go style level is not that common in his more recent work. Well, that was not great. That's okay, we will get right back to the checkpoint. And we will get right back to the checkpoint. Okay, let's go this way. And then, over here. Timing is fairly generous here, nothing too tight. And yes, indeed, Hippotastic, I will in fact get a bit of a sense of deja vu from one checkpoint to the next. It will all seem extremely familiar. Yeah, Hippo, welcome. Hope the puzzling has been going well. I don't know if you're in on the next round of the puzzle community contests that have been going on, but that was just announced this week. I assume you've been up to speed with that. Back to the checkpoint. Whoops. What? There we go. Give myself a little bit of room to dash. And then right back up we go. Whoops. Let's get some momentum control going here with what are theoretically the easier elements of the level. Whoops. You'll try your best to come up with something for that. Yeah, I think it's going to be a nice change from the one-screen contests that we've seen so far. Not that I've had my fill of the one-screens either. I'm actually not caught up on Stolen Tools at all, in fact. Apart from the few that people had directly sent to me for playtesting. I've still played very little of it. Anyway, going to detach these bones. Make no bones about it. Through we go. It's gonna kind of pull you up. You do have to get out of here to get up on this segment. And then, yeah, nearly hit the spike there. That would have been bad. Now, that's just going to be hopping out of the boot. Fairly straightforward. And that's a checkpoint. And the Muncher is going to chase you out of the checkpoint because it just does that. Also prevents you from going back up, of course, on the donut blocks. And here we have an invincibility segment. Whoops. Yeah, the star on top of Muncher thing, I recall, was also a concept in one of the levels in 4YMM and Maker 2. I've seen a couple of different star setups like that as well. In both games, that's one of the more interesting uses of the Superstar, is just to create platforms out of objects that would normally be lethal or normally would not be interactable in the same way. And you can really kind of expand your range of movement patterns that way. And so, whoops, Muncher momentum just catapulted me way out of the way. And yeah, Hippo, it definitely seemed like a massive undertaking by the judges to get through, what, 50-some submissions on Stolen Tools. I don't know if they'll draw quite the same field for the tower contest. I mean, there are more streamers and communities that are kind of latching onto this time, and that might bring more people in. But at the same time, I think, as you were saying, and you're not the only one to say that, you know, the vertical concept might thin the field out a little bit, because you might see a little more pressure, I guess, to do something that would be more laborious to construct than a one-screen. Not that one-screens are easy to construct, but I think... Oops. The thing about one-screens is that the burden is much more into playtesting and the de-cheesing in some ways. And that you can at least have a fairly regular method for how to think about putting them together if you are pretty fluent in making them. Whereas the latest contest seems a lot more open-ended in terms of how people are going to find something that fits the requirements. Whoops. Still too late. Yeah, we have to go immediately after the last pipe. Let's wait for this to boost once again. And we are through. Doesn't actually feel that tight, oddly enough. Like the star, you just need to know that you have to anticipate the last Muncher. And I guess if you were more fluent in Mario Maker 1 pipe timings, that would be pretty clear. For me, I couldn't quite get that blindly without really working out how quickly I had to do it. But once you know what the intended timing it is not really that punishing. I want to check this pipe. Whoops. I said I want to check this pipe. On top of this 1Y Toad House. Of course it's something. It's a key. Yeah, pink coins, of course, were just in that POW and flimsy lift segment earlier. We're gonna grab this first, and eventually we'll be stomping our way through. Which is going to be a bit of a forced interaction here. And as I was saying much earlier, the thing about Mario Maker 1 is that because on Miiverse you could screenshot the end screen, you would have a very easy validation method for things like secret exits. As you would here if we were able to post a Miiverse screenshot of Yoshi at the very end. Anyway, thank you for the GG. That's the Year of the Muncher. Now let me see how I'm doing for time before I decide whether I'll stay for one more. We are through how many levels at this point? We just finished number 15. Let's do at least one more, because then we'll have done 8 today. And we'll be at the halfway point of the project. So let's maybe dial in one more level. It's going to be The Yorkshire Plumber by Thomas. Okay, The Yorkshire Plumber. I don't think I know who Thomas would be in Maker 2 if he ever went on to Maker 2. But about a 0.7 on this, although you can't really trust clear rates on levels this popular. We had some last time that were sub 1% that were actually pretty reasonable. Description says, put your platforming skills to the test and take on 6 challenges to collect the pink coins. After, enter the key door to celebrate the anniversary of the best game ever. Maybe you'll also like to save Yoshi from the birthday cake. So, I guess we have Yoshi as a bonus objective somewhere in here, but we'll deal with it when we get to it. I see that this is going to be a half-screen build as well, so the vertical scroll will be constrained the whole way through, at least in the main world. Anyway, pipe entrance here is going to be blocked. Well, no way in but through the door. Yeah, despite the lack of any kind of scroll lock, I mean, I guess pipes wouldn't be a scroll stop anyway, but this is kind of neat aesthetically. And you would just have this buffer zone on the outside. Look at this, too. Burn a couple of entities on burners to create something like a wall for a one-screen illusion. We can grab checkpoint if we want to go through the pipe right away. I don't see why we would. Let's just circle around and see what we can do. But yeah, it is going to be a multi-coin level. I was wondering if I needed to kick the Koopa precisely. We don't. And yeah, Hippo, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. I mean, I don't know if I can really supply that much background on the Maker 1 times like I said to people earlier in the stream. My background with Maker 1 was that I was very active in the first year or so, but I didn't really know much about the community side. And I kind of tuned out of the game for a few years. And so didn't really interact with a lot of the long-term community that had built itself around the game. Especially once we were sort of in the Switch era. I wanted to actually hit that Koopa to the left. Let's not do that. I want to get a Koopa down there to give me something to land on. But yeah, I really started getting back into Maker 1 in early 2019, just before Maker 2 was announced. It was actually wonderful timing. And that Maker 2 was announced when I was very seriously paying attention again. No, let's not do that. Still thinking about what to do down there, because we can't just place a shell. We'd have to think about how the Koopas are getting kicked, perhaps. No, we'd actually just have to bounce the shell back and forth. And just stomp it accurately. But yeah, the interesting thing about Mario Maker as you get into some of the later projects like 2 and 3 YMM is that they are already deep in the era when, unless you were playing Mario Maker, most people would have moved on from the Wii U to the Switch. And I certainly did. I mean, that was the reason that I wasn't playing this in 2017, for instance, was that Breath of the Wild consumed hundreds of hours, and actually the lineup in general in 2017 was extremely busy on the Switch, as I recall. Yeah, so that's correct, except of course the timing should be cleaned up a bit. Okay, up we go. And we'll just open all this up again. I'm so accustomed to the Koopa direction actually mattering in some harder levels in Maker 2 that it's kind of nice that it doesn't matter here, but at the same time I always have this habit now of hitting the Koopas a little off-center even when it's totally unnecessary to do so. I kind of want to just soft drop the shell and spin jump over it, but the distances won't really work for that, I think, so. Yeah, this is a multi-checkpoint level, of course, but since I am only on the first segment, I haven't seen the checkpoint implementation with my own eyes just yet. Should be a fairly standard sort of reusable checkpoint thing. Fairly standard by modern expectations, of course. Back in 2016, I think checkpoints were so new that infinite checkpoints were very, very new tech at the time that this level would have been developed. Yeah, these were released September, well, starting in September 2016, so basically the whole key coin system and people's understanding of key death and how to accommodate it as a designer would have only been around for about like 4 months at that point. I could let the Naked Koopa re-enter. Oh, I don't want to do this one yet. I want to do this one first. I could let it re-enter its shell. No, because it's a red Koopa. It will not go off the ledge. Unless I'm misreading that. But I thought as a red Koopa, it's just not going to go down, right? I don't think there is a way to reposition it that way. Whoops. I think it's very much a platforming timing check. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Eject a Koopa onto the second level. Have it re-enter. We can try that. I feel like it's designed for the platforming approach, but I like your solution better. No, hang on. Re-enter. That's okay, we'll just jump it. Much smoother, in fact. So let's save the first coin. Oh, that's just a safety coin at the very end, I'm pretty sure. Everything with the arrow pointing that way. Now, since you can reverse through this, I cannot keep the mushroom because this is a one-way gate through the clouds. So there is going to be a mushroom check, as there so often is. Given the way that checkpoints work in this game. This also tells me that this is an exit pipe only. This was an exit door only. Let's do pipes first before doors, just to keep things systematic, and so I can kind of keep everything mentally organized. Here's a quasi-snake block. Oh, whoops, there we go. Okay, pretty well signaled actually, this whole area here, even with the fire bars just sweeping directly at you like that. You can see where you're going even with the camera being a little bit out of position because the coins are very good to you here. There we go. There we go, that's practically a one-shot, I think. Let's save it. Yeah, I can see that the clear rate on this was probably just deflated by its length, in terms of being a multi-segment level. So far, I'm not too concerned. Love the pipe stacking aesthetics here, actually, just to make things impossible to enter, but in a way that sort of creates this coherent layout. Just all these little things that you can't do in Maker 2. We will, of course, not take the safety coin yet. There we go. I feel like that wasn't a good timing at all, except... No, that's really going to be the only thing that's available to me. We'll do it that way. Okay. Gotta go, unfortunately. Yeah, glad to see you stop by. And yeah, I'm mostly preoccupied with a lot of Maker 1 in the near future, but of course I'll be getting a lot of the puzzle programming back in order before too long. We can never stay away from the puzzles for too long. And so yeah, have fun making, as always. Which room was I in? This one. Let's pay attention here. Cannonball. And once again, the coins, as in the firebar segment, are going to be pretty well signaled, as long as you sort of exercise some caution with the timings. Had to let up a little bit on that jump to make things work out. You don't want a full jump there. Pretty generous timings all around, though. And that's just going to be a straight loop, as with some of the other segments before, and that's going to be 3 pipes down. Let's tap this, and go back. And it's going to be the last of the pipes before we do the door segments. And once again, the camera is going to wait until you land to pull up the way that you would like. Nope. Do need to go directly in. Don't really have time to stall on that ledge unless you go a bit faster. Certainly a bit of accuracy would help in locations like that. Yep, or just going fast. Nope, let's go back. And I need to wait for that to retract, for sure. Yeah, so we'll wait for the retraction. And the same goes for these guys. Well, forecasted that just a little too early. Love the pipe stacking design over there too, by the way. With the triple pipes kind of creating a bit of a three-dimensional effect to what's encasing the skewers. It looks very nice. In general, you can really see how much effort was put into making the pipes look really neat. All over this level. Nope, I knew I was going to be a little bit late there and went for it. Anyway, that's right by the coin, so we're fairly close to clearing that segment. Nope. Jumping the gun once again. But yeah, pretty manageable. It's just going to be this and then the two doors, and that's going to account for 6 coins, plus the safety coin at the end, making the 7th. So, very tempting to just jump immediately to pull the camera up. And that's just a matter of getting accustomed to the camera logic in this game. Because you expect it to pull up so much faster if you are coming from Maker 2. We could have gotten it on this cycle, but let's wait for the next retraction. Then go. And might as well just hop it over here. This one we will definitely need to wait for the retraction. And that's a smooth landing. Although perhaps a little bit close. Okay, 2 doors and a safety, and then that will be it for this one. Okay, a little bit out of position there, but we will be waiting for something, likely another chomp, to spawn from the green pipe that is located on the right side. Nope. Okay, that actually made it. I wasn't quite sure that would. That was a little bit late. Yeah, these kinds of cyclical timing challenges are something that I am known to have a bit of trouble with. but we'll just muddle through that and get some more of these precision landings. That was cleaner than before. And yeah, a single bounce there is just going to do the trick. Here, as long as I position myself accurately, we'll be fine. And that's why we leave the safety coin to the very end. You would not want to take a key death from grabbing a coin at the far extremity like that as your number 7 out of 7. Because unlike some of the other segments, you don't have the coin right by the exit. You do need to kind of escort it safely back to the front. And yeah, at this point, there's kind of an expectation that leaving the safety coin to the end is implicitly understood. That's always been the sort of hindrance to all of the checkpoint systems that people have built into the game, is that I think every single checkpoint system, whether it's this or the linear systems in Maker 2 or the anti-key death triggers or anything like that, that use the entity limit, that they always do depend on a little bit of game knowledge on the part of the player. Like, it's difficult to communicate to somebody who doesn't come in with some of that community-based experience when it comes to what checkpoints look like and how to engage with them safely. And it's just sort of an inherent design obstacle when it comes to working with the pink coin and checkpoint interaction as it exists in the Mario Maker games. Going straight for the single bounce had worked for me before. We will need a slightly cleaner timing to make that happen once more. Okay, there we go. Once again, a little bit late and a little bit to the left. The spacing is okay, actually, if I'm just going slightly earlier and catching the chop at the crest of its little hop. Nope. Not quite. Yeah, right as it comes out of the pipe, we start gunning for it. Yeah, mostly long bounces there just to get everything to line up properly. That I was just trying to do the symmetrical thing to how we were doing it earlier. Going left to right. Welcome, Lantis. Lantis, this might actually be the last one I play today, but glad to see you come in for it anyway. We might be some time from finishing it, depending on some of these jumps. But yeah, so we would have done levels 9 to 16 today, taking me right to the halfway point of 1YMM. Let's wait. And then forward we go. Generally some high bounces to just position myself properly on a swaying jump. Seemed like a good idea. And that could have gone much better, that one. I might need 2 consecutive bounces on that chomp as it comes out of the pipe. Just in order to position myself safely, but we'll figure it out as we go. I think this is the hardest segment for me so far, but it's not a surprise given some levels with a similar mechanic that I've encountered difficulties with before in the past. Now let's wait for this guy. And let's try to get a double bounce if we can. Well, even one bounce would do, but we'll have to aim a lot better to make that one work out. Okay, let's wait. Yeah, the fact that it sways a little bit on track is something to compensate for. That can be a little bit tricky, but we'll go back and try to make it happen. And we'll just wait for this to wrap around once more. Okay, that's going to bounce. Let's catch it in very similar fashion. Yeah, I'm cutting too much momentum after the first bounce. I should maybe just try to go for one bounce in that one and hope that I will cover enough distance getting up to the muncher on a track. I don't know if I particularly trust the way that the spawning pattern, the chomp coming out of the green pipe, is going to match up to the track pattern of this chomp going up and down as we're going right to left in this section. But I think we do want to make a single bounce there, or it's not going to work very cleanly. Yeah, plenty of distance. Now this one's going to be tricky. But we'll make it, and now let's not choke on the big guy. And let's not get chomped by the guy on the left, which nearly sniped me there at the very end. No safety coin for me yet. We do need to see the last one through the door over here. We do not want to get on to the right of the thwomp and drop it like that. We do need to stay on with a spin the whole time. And we'll see if it makes more sense to be doing short spins or long spins. I think going short will probably be fine, but probably best to just go with a single bounce like that. They're all going to be a little bit different, in fact, in terms of approach. Whoa, I thought it was a spin. I don't know why it wasn't. Might have been the way I was being pushed. But yeah, we'll just take it forward. Maybe it was something to do with this wall collision here, being pushed. I will definitely want a short bounce when the thwomp is relatively low, or in general just get on that thwomp when it's relatively low. Perhaps when it's on its way down rather than up. Because positioning myself over to the next thwomp in the bottom right is still going to take some adjustment, so let's let it go down. So I'm not hitting my head on the ceiling there. This thwomp this time we will catch on the way up, maybe on the next cycle. Anyway, here we can stay on here indefinitely until we get the donut drop to go the way I want. And then it will be another spin jump after that in order to get these thwomps to cooperate. And then it's the same idea as before. I see. Okay, I'm spinning and then I'm hitting the ledge. That's what's happening, and I'm falling off and negating the spin. I'm failing to spin over the corner, and I'm just slipping off the corner with my feet exposed. Best not to think too hard about the logic of why spin jumps make you safe on a thwomp. Maybe you're kind of hitting them with the toes of your shoes rather than the heels or something. And best not to think too hard about the spin jump logic in general, I think. It works because it does. Nope, I was going to jump. That's a very standard jump, and I think I was rushing myself slightly there just to get out of the way of that thwomp. I don't think I need the thwomp in that last jump. I can just go directly from the donut block, but of course I would need to hit the jump button accurately, which in that particular case we did not do. Still much easier than the chomp segment, though. I think the chomp segment is easily the trickiest thing here, as long as we don't slip off the edge, as I've been doing several times already. Nope, this door. And thank you for the follow. Whoops. Okay, let's go back here. In a way, definitely getting a few chokes out of the system. Yeah, that last jump off the donut earlier was very unfortunate. Just the easiest thing we had seen yet, of course. That's where failure will occur. Can't really be too lazy about targeting the bread and butter jumps that get you across the most standard locations. Nope. Too late. Not surprising to me that the thwomps passively activating donut blocks has always been this very popular mechanic in both games. Yeah, not a lot of ways to just do recyclable timed platforms like that, particularly the added benefit of being able to jump through donuts from below, which is also shared by things like the standard lifts. Actually, no, shared by most things in Mario Maker, but you get the idea. Just not taking up empty space with lifts on tracks or anything like that. Not taking up track space either. Just having a very clean and efficient thwomp activation that is totally in keeping with the thwomp theme of this room. It's sort of interesting that in this level a lot of the rooms just have their own very unique identity, but that the thing, I guess, that unifies them all into the same level is that everything has this back and forth cyclical structure. Where the entrances are always going to be exits in this multi-checkpoint layout. Maybe getting a bit sloppy here with some of the easier bog standard jumps. That should not be giving me any trouble. Nope. I was going to back out of that because I realized that I had made a mistake, but backed out a little too high. The height control is pretty important here. Once again, we'll just wait for the donuts. Fairly lowish jump will do. Not that low. That was actually just a little early to the right. Should have been able to make that without too many problems. Now let's get over here. Same idea. We'll wait for the next cycle just to have a cleaner shot. Nope. As always, you can kind of tell in advance with timings like that when things are just not going to go right. And okay, we'll continue over here. Too early that time. So not quite hitting this sweet spot that we found on so many attempts already without previously encountering much trouble. And that's just the kind of experience you're in for when you have a huge choke on the very end like we demonstrated earlier. Okay. Nope, let's not slip off the edge once again. Amazing how much of a risk that is under these ceilings, just losing the spin with a bit of slipping. And that's it. That's going to be safety coin plus the key. And And as long as we don't go in the wrong door or something, we should be okay at this point. Okay, that's going to get you some kind of bonus, but what is this? Oh, optional objective to rescue Yoshi at the end. How do we do it? I feel like I need some kind of object. Like the Koopa shell from earlier, perhaps. Well, I am going to take the key death if I flub this and try to go for it. But the only thing I can think of is the Koopa shell. And we can do it. But I need to think about it. Otherwise, we are going to be repeating this entire sequence. And that would be bad news. And that's not the Koopa. Koopa was over lava much earlier. Not this sequence either. I need to find out where that was. I don't know if it is... It is something we can do, I think. Because... I have to be extra careful here, given that key death is on the line. So if we do this method that we had earlier, with chucking this guy into the bottom level, we can still respawn. Nope. That's okay, we can spawn a new Koopa at this point, can't we? No, because I would need to destroy the shell. Okay, then who carries the shell that I would need as my extra shell? Actually, now I'm in big trouble, because that makes this unclearable. Unless I despawn. We're totally taking a key death. That's a problem, because we have now reset the entire level. Well then. That's what happens, I guess, when you go for a bonus objective like that, but don't know what the requirement is until you get there. Actually, I didn't even need the shell, did I? I could probably have just done it with... I don't think I can keep any of these Goombas, though, so that won't be it. So, did I just lose half an hour of progress on this level? Yes, I did. But that's okay, at least we've established some methods for everything here. It's mostly the chomp segment that kind of frightens me. Whoops. And then let's say I drop this. Do I get another spawner right away while this Koopa is exposed? Yes, I do. So that's how you grab the shell. You grab the shell and then you jump off. With this guy, you take the shell back up with you and then you grab Yoshi. Okay, that's how to do it. So now let's redo the whole level and maybe get a respectable time out of it. I one-shot this segment previously. I don't know if I'll be able to do it quite as successfully this time. Close calls here already. Very close calls. Well, that was a very unfortunate reset, but we are going to get this clear, so... we'll just have to add time to this accordingly. If I do have to leave early, we'll just lead with this on the next stream. Because, of course, I did essentially solve the level, I just didn't get the bonus objective at the end. Oh, how am I back to 0 coins? Oh, because I didn't hit the checkpoint earlier to preserve this one. Okay. That's okay, because we'll actually want to do this segment last anyway. Instead of doing it twice over for the final shell. Or will I? Because I will be heading up to the checkpoint room. We'll have to take a look at whether I can preserve holding a shell into the checkpoint and safety coin room. I think I should be able to. That is going to affect something that we have here. Okay, pretty reasonable so far. Let's save it. So yeah, if you take a shell up here, I think you can save it just fine. Okay, good. So we'll circle around, we'll do all of these as before. And we've had some practice by now. It's mostly the chump that worries me. But we should be able to get this straightened out pretty quickly. And get back to where we were. Yeah, really great timing on the coins over there, as long as you control your momentum properly getting in and out of that. But yeah, pretty generous margins for these jumps all around, actually. And I'm still going to miss anyway, but that's very much the player's fault. Pretty spectacular way to take a key death, though, just from throwing a shell into the wrong location. Okay, all of this is going fine so far. We'll just be extra cautious about this so we don't get shot in the face at the very last minute. But I'm pretty sure that red Koopa is the way. And so we'll just sweep every room as we did previously, and not run into too much trouble doing so now that we understand most of the hazards. Next cycle. Next cycle on this one, too. Now this one was a bit of a tricky landing earlier. Yeah, because you can't be too impatient about letting that retract. And we'll just do this somewhat patiently. Somewhat patiently. And we'll wait for the next cycle. And this one I probably could have gone quickly, but... So that, the Chomp, the Thwomp, and then we'll finish with the Red Koopa shell. And that's just a hazard of not knowing what the bonus room setup was going to be going in, and not being able to escort the correct object cleanly after key death, with the added tension there of losing all the progress that we had made thus far. These things happen. They happen far too often, but they do happen. Whoops. Yep. Key death, that's exactly what went on. Yeah, because if you missed it earlier, I tried to go for a bonus objective that was after the key door and right beside the goal. And then I lost everything. And so we do need to recover the entire level segment by segment. That's probably single-handedly added about half an hour to a stream. But we'll see it through. Hopefully. I was sort of expecting to cut off at this point, given that we were just taking this as the last level because I had time. So we'll see if I can close it out in this broadcast. And if I can't, I can't. Okay, let's wait for this one. Yeah, this one here is a bit of a pain with the retraction. There we go, we got it. Okay, now for the hardest segment, which is going to be the chomps. Struggled mightily against this earlier, so... we'll try to make it happen without too much repetition along the way. At least most of the initial progress of figuring things out is over. So... in terms of finding the timings that I'm going for, at least most of those steps have been taken care of. We'll go on the next cycle here. Barely made it. Hey, second attempt. Wonderful. Okay, glad I got that one out of the way. It's going to be Thwomps last. Thwomps, which are easy, but where we choked in a pretty spectacular fashion on some of the earlier attempts, despite it being mechanically very straightforward. But the fact that I got the chomps out of the way that quickly is a very good sign. That was the main concern I had going into the key death and repeating absolutely everything. Whoops. Hesitated a bit. And that was just a poor judgment call. That's going to go up. Okay, that's done. Now let's not take an accidental slip off the ledge or anything. Same goes for this. And finally, this guy here is where we had a little bit of trouble earlier. It probably makes more sense to do the spin jump rather than jumping directly from the donut block, which was getting me into all kinds of trouble. Okay, so here's the idea. We're going to get out of the final segment, formerly the first segment, while taking a shell with me. And we're not going to take the safety coin until I've done that successfully. Because that way, I can just repeat that to my heart's content. So the idea is that we want to exit this segment not only with a 6th coin, but also with a red shell intact. I have a way to do it. I know how to make it happen. We have tested the method already. And we just need to string it into the current attempt. Yeah, neat little puzzle interaction, actually. To try to do things this way, rather than trying to just ride out the moving shell or something silly like that. So the idea is you dunk the shell. Once you dunk the shell, you have access to a second Koopa. We're going to take the empty shell. Whoa! Okay, landed a little too far to the right there, and that killed the Koopa. We do need to land dead center on top of it, so it doesn't kill the Koopa on the way in. So that's going to be positionally pretty exact, and that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm glad I didn't run into after key death the way that we did earlier, so... That's okay though, we know the general setup, it's a matter of aiming a little better. Dunk that, grab the second shell. And then... Nope, no. Didn't mean to let go. I was trying to ease up on a jump a little bit, and muscle memory just kicked in precisely the wrong way. It's okay, we know what to do. Okay, we'll kick this. Nope. Wrong way. Dunk the shell. Actually, no, I didn't need the dunk the shell. I can just take the shell and jump immediately with it. I don't even need the second Koopa. We're massively overthinking this. I could have just taken the initial shell on the first Koopa to begin with. So. Yeah, sure, we can take checkpoint because we haven't dealt with the safety coin yet. I should have no trouble keeping the shell here. Now we do not take key death, that would be awful. And then now we do not die to the question block when we fire at it. But luckily that's what all this prevents. This allows you to break this, and then that allows you to break Yoshi out of the cake. Yoshi gets delivered on the belt. I wonder if you can go over to the next pipe up top, but no, we'll just head for the goal. And that is completion. Okay, that's it for the Yorkshire Plumber. Yeah, the main thing that was kind of mainly Maker 1 exclusive here was just the very wide selection of very interesting pipe designs. In terms of pipe overlapping being used in fascinating ways in the overall looping structure, so thank you for the GGs. We are going to call it for today. I've run way too long thanks to that key death extending things. But we will continue with more 1YMM as we go. The scheduling information, as usual, will be kind of posted day to day on Discord when I can stream. And I'm hoping to continue 1YMM tomorrow, but we'll see if that's actually possible. We're 16 levels out of 32 in right now. If we're kind of on our current pace, we're going to have some pretty interesting makers coming in the next set, including Cypher and Bilbo, and if we get that far. I say if we get that far because there's a very early career Barb who has a level coming up in the next set, and we'll see how we do with that as far as difficulty goes. But so far, we're kind of on pace to get through 1YMM probably over the next 2 or 3 streams. And we'll see if that holds. Thank you so much for joining the, as Electric Dude said, the biggest Mario Maker 1 stream as it currently stands. Well, no. I mean, Chain Chomp Brayden is bigger, but Chain Chomp Brayden only plays 1 level, that being his own. So that doesn't count. We are going to send the remaining crowd here on some kind of raid, likely over to Maker 2, but I'm going to scan around and see if there's anybody who particularly stands out. We might do something else, actually. But we'll pass you on in just a moment. Thank you for joining me for 1YMM. We have much more Maker 1 to come, as well as Maker 2 viewer levels over the weekend, if things go well. Go to Course Maker. I'm not going to do it on stream right now, Humade, because I really do have to log off. But thanks for letting me know about the costume. I just can't stay long enough to really play with it right now, but thank you anyway for letting me know about that. Thanks for watching, thanks for joining me. Until we meet again at our next destination, fare thee well.